Izonke Memia. Distinguished ladies, we killed the whole back. Thank you. Welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to all those who came here way before 9 a.m. We appreciate you and we do not take your patience for granted. Believe me, it was due to circumstances beyond our control. For those of you who came very early, you would have noticed that the power kept tripping off even when the musical team were singing. So that was not anticipated, and we apologize for taking so much of your time. While we expect who will be representing the governor of Bayelsa State here for this occasion, we would like to formally start, and then when he comes, he'll just join wherever he meets us, so we do not waste more time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, technical, national and state anthems. Shall we please rise as we take first the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, just the first stanza, and then we'll take the Bayelsa State anthem. The national anthem. Thank you. Okay. I believe sound will get there. From power to sound, please let's get there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize His Royal Majesty, King Alfred, Papa Priye, Dietespif Seriai II, Amayanaba of Toowoomba, the first military governor of Old River State, a former chairman of the Traditional Rulers Council in Bayelsa State, Amayanaba Noa. May I also recognize here seated the technical advisor to the governor of Bayelsa State on entrepreneurship development, Mrs. Charity Kens Godwin. Permit me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I move to our keynote speakers, to recognize their majesties who are here seated. They're all first-class traditional rulers. I would like to first of all recognize the second vice chairman of the Bayelsa State Council of Traditional Rulers, His Eminence King Dumaro Charles Owaba Obanaban III of Ogbea Kingdom, Your Majesty Aloha. May I also recognize here seated His Royal Majesty King Onya Mozi Agara JP Ibenanaway of Kolokuma Clan. Ibenanaway Okoidosa. Here, not just contributing to this program, but I've over the years inspired the younger generation. I would like to, with no particular order, recognize a man who, though he speaks in very simple terms, but he gives you common sense which is not common. Dr. Cosmas Maduka, Commander of the Order of the Naija, Chief Executive Officer of Cost Charities Group, NOSA, Charities Group, NOSA. Permit me to also recognize here seated the Chief Executive Officer of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, which you all know as Innocent Motors, Mr. Innocent Chukuma. He is here represented Innocent Vehicle Motors. Come see Ejiofo. Also seated here is a man who embodies not just the law when it comes to lawmaking, but also breeds business, and this business is not just in Bayelsa, but Nigeria, and has gone over the shores of Nigeria. We popularly call him here Ayala. He is a Chief Executive Officer of Emily Group of Companies, Chief Dr. Robert Enoa Ayala. And while we take those who have practical knowledge when it comes to businesses, it's only fitting that we take those who actually impact the knowledge of business. And it is their job as educationists or academicians to mold younger generations. And most of those you see cutting their teeth in businesses were groomed by the sets in the classroom. Permit me to recognize a professor of management entrepreneurship, Professor Omar Callan Joseph Akibe. Please, a round of applause for him. You know, in those days, we used to know professors by their unique dressings. But now we can say it is difficult to identify professors because they are actually looking like real fashionistas too. Well put together, smart dressing. Please put your hands together for Prof again. And of course, another professor is seated here with us. He has spent years and years molding younger minds. And for those who are in Otweke, you know him as one of your mentors and those teaching you how to become better citizens. He is the Professor Ifi Hakot Wokocha, KPO, KSJA, FNIM, MTN, Glo, Airtel. That's on a lighter note, because if I start to mention all the acronyms here, it will be too much. We won't leave. But he is of the Department of Entrepreneurship and Marketing. Please put your hands together for him, of the Federal University, Otueke. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. I would like to, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now recognize from the Bank of Industry the people who try as much as they can to give businesses loans, and they try to do that under 1-digit interest rate. That's the Bank of Industry. You know, when we have multiple digits, it gives people heart attack. But when you can get it for a single digit, it is a blessing in disguise. We have the head, that's the divisional head, MSME, South of the MSME Directorate of the Bank of Industry, Pakwins Ehis Irabo. Please put your hands together for him. And his colleague is also seated there beside him. Thank you so much. Also seated here on the front row is Honorable Motari Dambaba, the Arawa Community Assistant Secretary. Thank you so much for being here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have here seated other technical advisors who are here to support one of their own. Special advisors, other top government functionaries, including chairman of boards, directors, commissioners of different commissions. We appreciate you, and we are glad that you are here today for this program. Please, especially those wearing white, dearie skills, our entrepreneurs who are seated here, eyes on, is on coming near. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, thank you all for being here. We're here for a very important program. Building sustainable entrepreneur ecosystem innovation, resilience, and growth is the theme of this program. Your business and your skills are your strength and your walking aid. That's a motto that this government and the technical advisor has taken as a mantra. Entrepreneurship is not a get out of jail card. Your level of success in business is more often than not a reflection of your purpose, handwork, positioning, alignment, partnerships, and proper utilization of resources at your disposal. On that note, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties and Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Bayelsa Mega Entrepreneurship and Business Summit 2025. This summit is carefully curated to give you, the participants, an edge in your chosen areas of businesses. Today we have practical demonstration as we hear stories from people who have lived the experiences. From Cosmos Maduka, who started his business with just 200 naira, to every other name in entrepreneurship and business seated here that will give you out of the wealth of their knowledge. My name is Taribio Walson Owefawari, and that is the short version. I'll tell you the long version in the course of the program. Without further ado, permit me at this point to invite a woman who I can say has been given a special gift to turn whatever comes into her hand to gold. There are people you keep in certain areas and the place dies. And there are people, no matter how dry, moribund, or failing a particular office or sector is, when they get there, there is a new lease of life. Our speaker that I'll be inviting and our convener is one of such persons. She started with a small seed as one of the directors of the Center for Women Development, just representing her constituency in Southern Naija at that directorate. And she started raising entrepreneurs through skills. And today, They said the reward for hard work is more work. And so she has been given more responsibility. And currently, the responsibility she has is to advise the governor technically on entrepreneurship development. With a warm round of applause, let's receive to the microphone Charity Kings Godwin.
Great entrepreneurs of Bayelsa State. Great business women, men, and whatever of Bayelsa State. If you know that you're proud of yourself, that you are a business person, you are a great entrepreneur, can you jump to your feet and say, yes, I am? Congratulations. I'm trying to check time if it is afternoon or morning. We are still, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, the one and only miracle governor of the universe, the one who has built men and women with various skills, the one who is given the entrepreneurial community a backbone to stand. His Excellency Senator Doyediri, heavily represented by Professor Nimbofa Ayawe, SAG, Secretary to State Government, a loving leader. Can we please celebrate him? If you could recall what happened February, when starter packs were shared, how he sacrificed his strength and everything to ensure that you all get your starter packs. And also, before I recognize any other person, I want to also recognize, even in his absence, I want to recognize the Deputy Governor of our dear state, Senator Lawrence Ewijakbo. It's indeed a supportive Deputy Governor to our dear father, our governor. He would have been here, but throughout the night he has been calling, mobilizing, and everything. Can we please all celebrate the Deputy Governor? And we want to also recognize our father, the former military governor of Rivers State, King Alfred Jetespi, and other royal majesties here present. Keynote speakers led by Dr. Cosmas Maduko, CEO, Cocharis Group, and others. I want to also recognize the MD, Bank of Industry, and every other person, all the keynote speakers here. I recognize you all. I might not be able to call all the beautiful names, but please permit me to stand an already laid down protocol. I want to start by saying that God indeed gifted our state with a beautiful heart, someone who have the people at heart. The governor the Lord has blessed us with indeed is the one that we were all yearning for, Governor Doyediri. I changed the narrative of our people not rising to their fate of doing businesses. But today, the narrative has changed. Bayelsans are now taking up their responsibility. They are now taking up, what they got inside of them, exhibiting it and making progress with it. Who made it possible? It was our governor who brought this idea. And today, we are having thousands and thousands and millions of young and great entrepreneurs in our dear state. So we can't stop thanking him. Why are we all gathered here today? The purpose for our gathering today is because there is this man, the governor, our father, made it possible. From the inception of the Prosperity Administration till the Assured Prosperity, the governor took it upon himself to reach out to the people with reach out to his people with various skills. And the skills they got from the government is now producing massive results. And so, not just training people and giving them starter pack, the governor thought it wise to gather the great entrepreneurs of our state, both the skilled and unskilled ones, business owners. He decided to gather them to get more knowledge on how to be productive in their businesses. And of course, you know that the calibers of persons here seated are people that we were, in fact, privileged to sit under. I've never met our father here, Dr. Cosmas, but I used to watch him on television, and I wish to see you someday. But today, the Lord has made it possible for me to see you alive, and every other person seated here to see you. Our governor made it possible. And so, Bayelsa State, it then was known for a civil service state. But today, the story has changed. Why has it changed? It's because our people are no longer looking back at civil service jobs. The people that were skilled are now productive, and they're making ends meet with their handworks. So the governor said, no, that's not just enough. You have to get more knowledge, additional knowledge to function more in business, which myself too, I'm ready to learn today. To function more in business, how to manage your finances. Before any money could be added to your skill, you must get the knowledge on how to manage such money that comes from the government to boost your businesses. Monies are not just given out because it is government money. You know, those of us that are committed to business, the government of the state is ready to boost your businesses. And that's why 2 weeks ago, the governor directed, and so many of you, all of you seated here, went in for the registration with Sweden, CAC, and all the rest. So you can get it all. And we also have profs. I think they are going to tell us more about it from the University of Otueke, where the University of Otueke is going to be certifying most of you here seated with certificates. What an awesome event. I thought you were going to celebrate yourselves. And so, I want to cut it short. Most times, we all focus more on what to get from people, but not willing to give back to society. You and I that are into business, you don't expect someone to give you money. What you need is a creative idea on how to make money. And that's the essence of this. How to manage what comes into your hands. If the government gives you something, 1 million, 100 naira, even 500 naira, how do you manage it? But if you don't get this knowledge to manage it, it's going to be a wasted effort. Congratulations to all of you who made it possible to be here. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. What we have is the welcome address by the Technical Advisor on Entrepreneurship to the Governor of Bayelsa State, Charity Keynes Godwin. Please, a better round of applause for her. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to understand where we're coming from, you need to have a look at what has transpired so far in Bayelsa State under the close to 6 years of the Prosperity Administration led by His Excellency, distinguished Senator Doye Jiri. And so for the next 9 minutes, I crave your indulgence that all attention should be directed to the screen just behind me as we give you a sneak peek of what has been happening on the Jiri skills, and of course the mentorship, the coverage, and of course the direction of Charity Keynes Godwin. Can we have the documentary now? 9 minutes.
Jiri skills acquisition, building new entrepreneurs. Since 2020, when the government of assured prosperity came into office in Bayelsa State, it has placed emphasis on economic empowerment. Jiri skills acquisition, building new entrepreneurs. Since 2020, when the government of assured prosperity came into office in Bayelsa State, it has placed emphasis on skills acquisition, economic empowerment of the people, and nurturing entrepreneurship growth. While on the one hand, Bayelsans are experiencing massive construction of critical infrastructure across the 8 local government areas. On the other hand, the people are celebrating the success of the various empowerment programs being undertaken by the government. In 5 years, under the Governor Doye Jiri's Skills Acquisition and Empowerment Program, new skills have been acquired and thousands of jobs created directly and indirectly by over 5,000 beneficiaries in 9 different trades. The people have been trained in fashion and designing, shoemaking, catering and pastries, solar installation and electrical work, paint production and application, cosmetology, barbing, makeup and gilly, as well as soap making, and many have also become employers of labor.
Today now I am a painter. About 3 years ago, I joined the Jiri Skills Acquisition and I learned how to produce paint and how to equally apply the paint. And today, I am privileged to be the one that painted the new conditional portals and this new assembly portal, the fencing, in and out of the fence, and even the partition fencing by our product, the Covenant paint. So I want to talk to Bayelsas and advise the use of Bayelsa that no handwork is wasted. I learned mine and I'm using it today. And to the prosperity government, I want to say thank you to Senator Doye Jiri, the governor of Bayelsa State.
My name is Alem. I am from Bayelsa State, Southern Naija, Kolama precisely. I was actually one of the beneficiaries of the Doye Jiri skill acquisition. I did solar and electrical there. And after then, I've been executing a lot of jobs. This is one of the jobs that I have executed so far. I have up to 5 boys, but currently I have 3 on site with me that I've trained so far, as well as electrical and solar. I want to thank the Governor, His Excellency, for his kindness towards the youth in Bayelsa State, for making this opportunity available for the indigenous like me to benefit. I wish to at least have more opportunity to expand my business environment. Thank you very much.
My name is Tina Daniel from Ekremon local government, Israeli community. This business has helped me a lot. I'm going through from this business, I'm going places, we are attending women, marriage, burial, depending occasion. Then when I'm going there, coming back, I'll come with good money. I'm taking this business very, very serious because this business is to do more things in my life and also support in my family. I want to thank our Naija governor because this business is changed many people's life through from this program. Many people, many lives. If you are serious in this business, you will not lack. You will go places, you go to train more people. People will come to your shop, and also people already they are coming to my shop for I want to train.
Testimonies abound from the beneficiaries of the skills acquisition program as to the tune in their economic fortunes. I'm primarily Prayer Gift. I'm from North Benetown in the Kremon local government area. I say thank you to our miracle governor. I appreciate all what you have done in my life for making me skilled today. I believe with the help of this, your skill acquisition program, these are made in Bayelsa products. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud. I believe we can take China to Bayelsa. I believe by the grace of God, if I have the funds, I will make sure I have my own factory in this state, made in Bayelsa product. We label it made in Bayelsa product. That is my prayer, that is my dream. And I promise that I will carry Bayelsans along. I will train as much as possible. With the help of this shoemaking work that I have, these skills that I have today, I can pay my bills.
My name is Niminde from DFI. I'm from Southern Naija Obembri community. I want to thank the miracle governor for impacting skill on me. Through this skill, I've been able to impart knowledge on others too. This sewing business has helped me a lot. I went to the skill 2021, and since then, I know what I've made through this skill. The skill has helped me a lot in the way that I've not lacked financially. Always I have money in my hand. So I want to thank the miracle governor, and I'm advising every other youth, don't be lazy. Try doing something for yourself so that you'll be able to feed yourself and your family.
Indeed, it has been so impactful on the lives of our people in the area of skills, human capital development. We have even rated the governor the best governor in human capital development. I also want to extend my appreciation to his deputies, INT'L and the entire team. The dual skills started with 814 persons, Bayelsans, with various skills. And all of those persons, they were trained and empowered by the state government. The training time, people started making money. Even while in training, they started making money. They'll come back to class and tell their colleagues, today, someone contracted me to produce paint, and they paid me 100,000, 50,000. Shoe cobblers, every of them started testifying. So that now encouraged the rest of them that were, not wanting to commit themselves to get committed. And we had a very productive training, successful, and the governor never just trained them and leave them alone. The governor provided each and every one of them starter packs. They all went home with their starter pack, and they're actually doing marvelously well in their various fields of endeavor. They have been so productive. Many of them today are employers of labor. They are not just working alone, but with the skill they got has been transferred to others. So the feedback is positive. The people are doing excellently well, reducing the unemployment rates in their states.
After 5 years in office, the government of assured prosperity has assured of more investment in the young Bayelsans and women to acquire more skills, improve their businesses, and create more jobs opportunities.
My office is working in line with His Excellency's directives. The governor would always want businesses to do well in the state. The one thing that affected our business system, our entrepreneur community, was power, which the governor is working on. And by December now, the story is going to be different. Then another thing is, we have a lot of businesses now in the state. The governor will say, okay, you go check them. Let's know those of them that are doing well. We've gone round. We are still going round. A lot of businesses struggles. Not that they are not willing to do business. They do this business. They are consistent in doing their business. But at least they also need government support. And that's why government made provision. Now in my office, even as I speak to you, government has made provision with collaboration with Sweden and also CAC for people to come register their businesses. Because most persons, they don't even have business name. They just do these businesses. So when opportunity comes, they don't even have the privilege to access grants. So this avenue has been created for business owners to come register your businesses. That's why we are having the Bayelsa Mega Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit. How to manage what they are into, how to manage their little resources.
With better security system now in place across the state, improved physical infrastructure, and lately, the ongoing gas turbines project to achieve uninterrupted power supply, Bayelsa is experiencing a boost in business opportunities and production to steer the local economy on the right path.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that's the story in a nutshell. You know, sometimes when you have to compress information to certain minutes, it looks like it's not much. But then because we're dealing with time, you have to look at what can stay, what cannot stay, and you have to compress all this information. But then you get the meat of exactly what we're saying. And that is why this summit is very, very important. The reason being, while those who start might start on a very, very hard note and struggle so much, those who come later on can, through mentorship and through knowledge transfer, start on a milder note, and it makes the journey easier for them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you appreciate the fact that we're having this entrepreneurship summit and you're not paying a dime, please put your hands together for the organizers. And so without further ado, if you check your programs, we're supposed to have goodwill messages, but we want to get to serious business. So we're skipping goodwill messages for now. It will come much later. His Royal Majesty is seated here. He's one of those that will give goodwill messages. So we're moving straight to the keynote speeches. And for the first one, we're inviting, first we have an introductory video for the Chief Executive Officer of Innocent Vehicles Manufacturing, also called Innocent Motors. That is Mr. Innocent Chukuma. Please, if we have that, let's have that intro video before his representative comes on stage to make the keynote speech.
Chief Dr. Innocent Chukuma, CON, the visionary who proved Africa can build its own future. Chief Dr. Innocent Ifediaso Chukuma, founder and chairman of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing IVM, stands as a symbol of African innovation and resilience. Born on October 1, 1960 in Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State, he rose from humble beginnings to establish Africa's first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company, proving that Africans can produce what they consume. His journey began with Innocent Nigeria Limited, a trading company that supplied motorcycle parts, but he saw beyond trade, envisioning a Nigeria that manufactures its own vehicles. That vision gave birth to Innocent Motors in the early 2000s, a revolutionary step that turned local ingenuity into national pride. Under his leadership, IVM produces a range of vehicles, SUVs, buses, and trucks, with over 70% of components locally made. Beyond creating jobs and reducing imports, his enterprise stands for honesty, patriotism, and innovation tailored to Africa's real needs. Chief Chukuma's impact extends beyond businesses. He mentors young engineers, invests in vocational training, and promotes industrial policies that strengthen Nigeria's manufacturing base. His contributions have earned him the national honor of Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON. Today, Innocent is exploring electric vehicles and sustainable technologies, proof of his forward-thinking vision for a greener Africa. His story embodies the spirit of the Bayelsa Mega Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit, innovation, resilience, and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Chief Dr. Innocent Ifediaso Chukuma, CON, the visionary who proved that Africa can build its own future.
Speaking on his behalf is the Corporate Communications Manager of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, Mr. Kamsi Ejiofo. Please, a round of applause for him. As he's moving to the microphone, I would like to also recognize the Special Advisor on Political Matters to the Governor, High Chief Collins Kokodia. You're welcome, sir. And of course, the Delta community in Bayelsa State, led by Honorable Barrister S.P. Okoromo. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introductory video. So, I wouldn't want to leave the already existing order of protocol, but let me start by saying hello to Your Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, Governor Doyediri, who is ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Nimbofa Ayawe. Please put your hands together for the amazing Governor. And also in absentia, the Deputy Governor of the state. Please also put your hands together for him. Thank you so much. And to the Technical Advisor to the Governor on Entrepreneurship Development, Mrs. Charity Kent Godwin. Distinguished policy makers, Your Royal Majesties here present, respected entrepreneurs, captains of industries, innovators, visionaries, leaders, and also other keynote speakers here, and also to the youths of Bayelsa State. Please put your hands together for yourself. I wish I could speak the language, but I think I heard the MC while speaking. She greeted saying Ado. Am I correct? Is that how it's pronounced? So, Bayelsa youths, Ado. Oh, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today not in my own capacity, but as a humble representative of a man whose life and story embodies the purest essence of this summit's theme, which is building a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem, innovation, resilience, and growth. A man who started not with abundance, but with belief, not with privilege, but with purpose. A man who has proven that Nigeria cannot remain a follower in innovation, but we are the creators of destiny. That man is the chairman of Innocent Vehicles Manufacturing, Chief Dr. Innocent Chukwuma, a commander of the Order of the Naija, who is the chairman of Africa's first leading indigenous automobile brand. And he told me before I proceed into speaking that I should send his message, which is that he deeply regrets not being here physically present today to speak to each and every one of you himself, but he's unavoidably absent. So please forgive and trust that his heart is here, and every message that we get from here today will be duly delivered to his decks before tomorrow morning. So please, once again, he's very sorry for not making it here. So speaking quickly into the theme, many years ago, a young man in Nnewi started a small motorcycle parts trading business. And when he started this business, he had no factories. He had no investors waiting in line. But he had one thing. And that is one thing that you must have as an entrepreneur first. And that is a vision. And that vision was how to change Africa to begin to participate in the world's innovation markets, to industrialize Africa. So Africa doesn't remain just a consumer, but also a creator. When other foreign companies were importing vehicles into our country, Chief Innocent Chukwuma asked a radical question, which is, why must Africa always be the marketplace that never produces? That question that came to his mind led a movement, and that movement led to the industrialization that we see today and celebrate. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing today stands as a living proof that innovation is not just about resources. It is about resourcefulness. And if I will quickly explain the difference between resources, and resourcefulness. Resources is outward, and resourcefulness is inward. So I know I heard that a lot of youths here, the Diri Skills youths, you've been trained. The training given to you is resourcefulness. And the startup pack given to you are the resources. Most importantly, resourcefulness is what you need, even much more than resources. So I share this story today for one reason: to remind every entrepreneur here in this hall that just like what is happening in Nnewi, the next global brand can start in Bayelsa. If you believe, put your hands together. And this is not theory, this is actually reality. Bayelsa is known as an oil producing state. But today, what you see here today, this summit today, is the beginning of marking of a new identity. We are trying to shift from the era of resource extraction to the era of value creation, which is where the world is right now. This summit is not a gathering of dreamers. It's a gathering of doers, builders, risk takers, people who understand that entrepreneurship is not an escape from unemployment, but gateway to national transformation. And I want to say thank you one more time to the visionary technical advisor to the governor on entrepreneurship development, Mrs. Charity Godwin, who convened this summit. I really commend you. My chairman really commends you. And I want you to understand that what you're hosting here today is not just an event, but you're triggering an awakening in the minds of so many young people like myself. Sometimes, what you need are gatherings like this that will help you connect. You see people who share the same dreams you have. You see people who are already kickstarting what you dream to start. So thank you once again, ma. But also, let me be clear that entrepreneurship does not thrive on only individual efforts. It is sustained by one brilliant ecosystem. It is sustained by a web of supports. It is sustained by good policies, by infrastructure, by mentorship, which is what we're experiencing here today, because I'm also here to learn myself. It is sustained by market access, and is also sustained by the one that I think we like the most, which is finance. And I'm made to understand that the team from the Bank of Industry is here. And even though I will step out of the speech a bit now to say this, because at the end of the day, the entrepreneurs will always look for a way to fund their innovative ideas. So the Bank of Industry, thank you for how much you're already doing. Thank you for your presence here today. And we believe that by the time this summit is done, that more Bayelsa youths will be able to receive funding from the Bank of Industry to rise. If you believe, put your hands together. Clap for them. So, yes. Thank you. So when you see ecosystems like Silicon Valley, you see all of what I've mentioned, which is market access, policy, finance, infrastructure, mentorship. And that is what we're trying to grow in Bayelsa. Also, when you look inward at IVM, you see an ecosystem that has been built in the Nnewi of Anambra State. You see the manufacturing hub. You see the technical apprentices. You see a supply chain. You see people with a common goal, which is to industrialize Nigeria. And today, we are much more than happy to see that Bayelsa, as a state, is ready to build its own ecosystem. And we at IVM are ready to be a part of that story. To tell you a bit of the bitter truths, entrepreneurship is not always glamorous, because I am opportune to often at times sit down beside my chairman, and before 1 hour passes, he puts his hand on his head and scratches his head more than 30 times in 1 hour. Because the more you move, the more you remember the one that you've forgotten, new ideas, you're always trying to be innovative. So it's not a bed of roses. It's not glamorous. It is not the viral moments that you see on social media. It is much more than that. It is sacrifice. It is persistence. Can somebody say persistence? That's a very important word, persistence. So even when the market says no, as long as you know you have a good product, you know you have what it takes, when the market looks like it's saying no, you have to say yes. Apart from persistence, it is also resilience. Please say resilience. It is also resilience when funding is scarce. If you have an idea that needs $1 million to be funded, try and look at how 1,000 naira can do it, since you don't have availability to $1 million yet. Because just like my chairman, he had a dream to industrialize, to start a vehicle manufacturing company. But in the beginning, he didn't have that. So what did he do? He started with motorcycles. So sometimes, some of the problems that entrepreneurs might have is they start seeing the destination even before boarding the plane. You start seeing where you want to be without even starting out right. So there is starting. You have to start. Resilience, persistence, and most importantly, faith. Can somebody say faith? It is faith. When no one else sees what you see. The truth is, the best ideas sometimes sounds crazy. Imagine 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when my chairman, Chief Dr. Innocent Chukuma, was speaking to people about manufacturing cars in Nigeria. Can you imagine how crazy he looked? When you are telling people, I want to build vehicles in Nigeria. If you were told that like 20 years ago, what would you say? Do you think it would be possible to build cars in Nigeria 20 years ago? It wasn't viable at the time. I'm sure a lot of people would have even talked him out of the idea. And that's where your faith comes in. As long as you are convinced about what you're trying to do, it is better to go there and fail. You will not live empty, you will live with lessons. And that's where faith comes in. So, today the story is different. And we're seeing that IVM vehicles are now used by different government parastatals, different individuals across Africa. And the story is really just beginning. So these three words that I've mentioned, resilience, persistence, and faith, are not just entrepreneurial words. They are entrepreneurial survival strategies. Because if you build resilience, you will not only survive. If you build persistence, you will not only survive. If you have faith and build your faith, you will not only survive, you will dominate. Nigeria and Bayelsa, and even more Africa, cannot rise by depending on just imports. We cannot build the generational wealth that we seek by consuming what others create. The future belongs to those who build homegrown solutions. So in whatever sector you decide to venture in, be it agriculture, technology, manufacturing, renewable energy, transportation, whatever at all, the opportunity is very massive. And one of the amazing things about this state is that Bayelsa has a young population. Just looking in this room alone, the youth population is of a ratio of maybe 80%. So Bayelsa has a young population. And a young population equals an energetic population. Bayelsa has the natural resource. And there's a visionary leadership in this state. I'm opportune to know that because sometime, within this month, we visited the governor, my chairman. I was also present in that meeting. And the governor spoke briefly, not even lengthily, briefly about some of the plans that he's rolling out for Bayelsa State. And I was stunned. So visionary leadership is one of the things that Bayelsa can actually boast of at this time. So I will encourage that what only remains is that united entrepreneurial movement that is powered by innovative and strategic collaborations, which is what is happening here today. So before you leave this place, I need you to move around, speak to somebody, speak to a fellow entrepreneur, because we're all gathered here for serious business. Everybody who's here today is in business one way or the other, is an innovator, or is trying to change the face of business in Bayelsa. So do well to try and exchange contacts, speak to people, because you cannot grow if the ecosystem is not growing. And the only way this ecosystem can grow is through strategic collaboration. So one of the things my chairman asked me to say was, nothing is impossible for the Nigerian entrepreneur whose mind is open to innovation, whose spirit is anchored in resilience, and whose goal is not just to make profits, but to create a legacy. Profit is important, but what is much more important is creating a legacy. Knowing that whatever you're doing today is sowing into the land of Bayelsa for even the generations to come. Because Bayelsa will not end after you. People are going to come and meet this state. And your impact, what you left for them, is what is going to continually put Bayelsa on the map. My chairman believes that Bayelsa is at the dawn of the great industrial awakening that's happening around the world. And he's committed through IVM and through strategic partnership to support this movement of entrepreneurship in the state. So to every entrepreneur here, established or growing, this is not the time to wait for perfect conditions. This is the time to innovate with what you have, to build the networks, to collaborate, to think beyond yourself. Partnership is the new capital. Collaboration is the new competition. Your vision is not too big for Bayelsa. All those big dreams that you think you have, Bayelsa is ready for them. To the state government, your leadership in convening this summit shows foresight. But beyond policies, the real transformation will come when we continually build sustainable frameworks. When we let access to financing become easier. When we build incubation hubs to grow the already started out. When we make provision for manufacturing clusters in the states. When we continually give access to entrepreneurship grants and continue programs like this for mentorship ecosystems. So entrepreneurs who are starting out listen to entrepreneurs who have already done it and they spill out the secrets to them. But I would love to end with a vision. I see Bayelsa as a place where young entrepreneurs are not going to continually keep migrating out of the states. It's going to be a state where global innovators will be invited to see the wonders that is starting out in Bayelsa. I see factories springing up before this time next year. I see hubs of innovation, not just hubs of extraction. I see products made in every local government in Bayelsa State that will be exported to the continent and also to the youths. I see a generation of entrepreneurs rising, not as followers of trends that already existed, but as creators of industries. This is not a distant dream. This is the future that we are beginning to build today with this summit. And in the words of my chairman, that I respect so much, and I have the honor to represent here, the greatest of Nigeria will not be built in foreign boardrooms. It will be built in rooms like this with entrepreneurs like yourself. So thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and God bless Bayelsa State. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let the applause be better. I agree with your chairman. A great Nigeria will not necessarily be built in boardrooms, but in forums and fora like these. Thank you so much, Kamsi Ejiofor, who has been giving us the message of the Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of Innocent Vehicles Manufacturing, Chief Dr. Innocent Chukuma, Commander of the Order of the Naija. Please, another round of applause for Kamsi for doing a wonderful job. You know, it is easier to come with your message and often difficult to translate or deliver the message of someone else. So when you do it and you own that message, we need to acknowledge that the person has done a wonderful job. And I actually believe you have done a wonderful job. Well done. So please, the youths of Bayelsa State and entrepreneurs, you need resourcefulness much more than you need resources. We'll move to our next speaker. Media, please. We'd like you to play the introductory video for Cosmas Maduka.
Dr. Cosmas Maduka, founder and chairman of Cos Group, is a leading figure in African business. Born on December 24th, 1958 in Jos, Plateau State, he is a native of Inewi, Anambra State. He overcame significant hardships to create a diversified conglomerate operating in various sectors, including automotive, agriculture, technology, and manufacturing. With little formal education, Dr. Maduka began working at age 7 to support his family and later leveraged his apprenticeship in the automotive industry to start his business journey with just 200 naira. Today Cos Group is a multi-billion enterprise symbolizing innovation, perseverance, and faith. An alumnus of Harvard Business School's Executive Education Program, Dr. Maduka is also a mentor, philanthropist, and public speaker. His commitment to youth empowerment and education reflects his belief in building a better future through shared opportunities. Dr. Maduka's guiding principles are rooted in hard work, continuous learning, and an unshakable spiritual foundation. From trials to triumphs, the Cos story. The biography of Dr. Cosmas and Mrs. Charity Maduka offers a deep insight of his entrepreneurial journey and life philosophy.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, let's receive a man who embodies hard work, mentorship, and success when it comes to business. And I have to say, there must be something in that water in Newi. There must be something in that water.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a real privilege for me to stand before you this afternoon to address this gathering. On behalf of my humble self and my family, and the little organization I preside over, I bring you greetings from Lagos, Nigeria, and from my entire family. And I want to acknowledge His Excellency, who is unavoidably absent today, but ably represented by a renowned professor, the Secretary to the State of the Government that is here today. I wanted to start very simple and try to run quickly because time is not in our favor. I want to acknowledge all the leaders, the kings, and every other person that is here today. I want to thank you for coming. Let me start by saying that nothing changes without a leadership. Nothing improves without a leadership. Nothing advances without a leadership. Our gathering here today is a visionary of somebody who believes that you can start somewhere. And here we are today to put our shoulder to the wheel to support the vision of the governor of Bayelsa State. Yes, you can clap if you want to clap. Don't hesitate. Clap in confidence. So I feel really humble to be called upon to stand here to share experience with you, my humble beginning. We are talking about entrepreneurship. Let me also acknowledge Innocent Chukuma, the guy that just finished making the statement. We've just finished listening to his speech. And I want you to give me your undivided attention. A great meeting is not made by the eloquence of the presenter or the speaker. A great meeting is made by the takeaway. The people that attend the meeting, how did their life improve? What do they do with what they had from that meeting? That makes the meeting a success. So, we want to see your life change in the next 4-5 years. We want to see great entrepreneur come out of this meeting so that you can have a testimony to say, I attended this meeting and I had something that inspired me and turned my life around. Please give me your undivided attention, because You know, in this part of the world, we only assess meeting by how much money that is shared. Anybody that gives you cash had not, without giving you knowledge what to do with it, has not really helped you. So I want you to give me your undivided attention. You don't know what it cost the state government to put this together, to bring me to come to speak to you. Please don't take it for granted. I spoke in UK on July 25th to 27th. The hall was filled like this. Everybody that attended paid £1,000. £1,000, that's correct. The people that sit in the front row paid £2,000. I spoke in Houston for Stephen Akintayo on August 23rd to 25th. Everybody that came paid $1,000. I'm going to be speaking for him in Singapore for business owners coming up in November 27th to 4th of December. And people have fully registered. So don't take this for granted. Now let me talk to you that is here. Did any of you have any good reason why you should not be successful? If you think you have any good one, can you raise your hand up? Because I want to talk to you. I want it to be a little bit interactive. I want to encourage you that any of you here could create something that you cannot imagine if you are willing and are determined to be successful. The young man speaking to you will turn 67 on December 24th this year. I was born on December 24 in Plateau State in Jos, 1958. I was 4 years when my father died. I had no formal education. My mother became a single parent. It's really hard. It wasn't long. Nigeria-Biafra war broke out. I used to carry plates to go and eat kwashiorkor food. I picked food on the ground. But at the age of 4, my mother looked me into my eyes and told me to believe in myself and to believe in God. And if I do that I will go places. Please listen, because we are talking to young entrepreneurs and we are going to give you a recipe how to be able to create wealth. Everybody are in support and like success, but what it takes to create and make success is what many people are not interested. But I want to assure you that every one of us here have ability to succeed and do far beyond what we can think or imagine. My mother used to fly akala after the Civil War, and I'll go and sell akala on the streets. Now, I think I'll go through my slide. Can you put up my slide? Let me quickly run through it. Building a sustainable entrepreneur ecosystem, innovation, resources, growth. Can you put it? Okay, go ahead. Next slide. Who is Cosmas Madaka? I've just give you a little bit introduction. I started selling akala for my mother because my mother made me to believe in myself. My mother couldn't support me to go to school. I've never been in a four-corner wall called school beyond elementary 3. But it's not the school that you have gone for that makes difference in your life. I'm not saying this to support illiteracy, but when life do not give you opportunity, you need to create it yourself. Because every one of us sitting here, everyone without exception, is a sum total of decisions we made several years ago that produce who we are today. So you can begin today to change the narrative and create your future. People wonder, what is this magic that happened from the place where I hail from? Innocent, the one that manufactured this car that we are talking about, did apprenticeship for my senior brother. You don't know what apprenticeship is. He worked without salary, pro bono. Myself, standing here talking to you, I work for my uncle, my mother, junior brother. I worked for him for 6 years with no salary. The problem young people have today is that they are in a hurry. They want to make success to become an event. No, it's not an event, it's a process. There are routes that you need to go. It's not something catastrophic. Anybody that make .com money, the same way that the money will be .gone, because the way it come, it will disappear. But if you lay a foundation to earn money and create wealth, then it is sustainable. And we are here to discuss entrepreneurship. I worked for my uncle for 6 years. In 1976, he gave me 200 naira. I could have gone and eat goat head with the 200 naira and blame everybody around me, including God. Why did he take my father when I was 4 years? So it starts from the way you are thinking. Your mindset is what determines your life. So please give me put my slide again. Who is Dr. Cosmas Madeka? A Christian, a minister of the gospel, an entrepreneur, a businessman. And that is a proof that impact does not always come with a perfect grammar. Because it won't be long. Some of you will be saying his tenses is not adding up. That's not what is important. If you don't like my tenses, very soon you will not quarrel with my experience. Because, yes, because the result I have used, because many people pride themselves, I speak an impeccable English. They asked Henry Ford, who is an educated person. Henry Ford said, an educated man or a woman is an individual that can organize his thought into productivity. If you haven't reached that position, you are an intellectual person. You are not educated. You can speak an impeccable grammar, but you have nothing to show for it. So it's not how perfect your grammar is, because we are not British people. I don't know why we are so excited because we can speak a British man language perfectly. Japanese don't speak English, but they spoke their vernacular. They are engineers with their vernacular. They are experts and doctor in different things, and they never bother speaking English. The same thing with Chinese. But here, once you can repeat what British man said, your head starts swelling. No, we want you to begin to organize your thought into productivity. Go back to my slide again. So, in 2015, November 2, I made a cover page of Forbes Africa. A man who turned 1 naira into $500 million. But I was intentional. I wanted to make a difference. There are many of us, we allow ourselves to be trained, because when Innocent has said to you today that resource is not as important, the cash that is given to you, than the knowledge that is imparted to you, he is speaking from a well-informed position. We did apprenticeship. Money was not the first thing that is important for us. We wanted mentorship. We submitted ourselves to be trained, to be tutored, to be given all the ingredients that are required to be able to run a successful entrepreneurship. Many people say, if you give me 1 billion naira, if you give me 1 million naira, I will make this. No. If you don't have knowledge, if we give you 1 million naira or 10 billion naira, you will lose it. In business terminology, we will say you learn in a hard way. In other words, your school fees is too expensive. There are things you needed to have learned before you get money. But you didn't learn it and you have money, you blow it through the pipe. So, I took 200 naira and create $500 million US under 40 years, under 50 years. Move on, the next slides. These are people I have met in life. This is the legend, John Maxwell, one of my mentor from a distance. I read his book, Successful People Don't Take No for an Answer. They go for what they want in life. I was privileged to share a platform with him in 2023 in Liberty University in Richburg, Virginia. That is me in my second son's wedding. That's Aliko Dangote in the middle there. And that is P2B. If I call Aliko on the phone, he returns my call. If I tell him I'm coming to his place, he said, come. I met Femi Otodola the first time in Aliko's house. So, Peter used to sit in a board of Garden Express Bank with me, where I own 72% and he owned 10%. So, people I have met. This is Ben Carson. Ben Carson is the renowned neurosurgeon. If your brain scatters, he will fix it. He knows how to connect them together. He's a Christian. I also met him at Liberty University. Not the same year, the year after, I met John Maxwell. Ben Carson was one-time U.S. presidential aspirant, but well-respected gentleman. This is our people I have met and I've met. Move on, the next line. Coscharis today does business in 5 continents of the world. North America, South America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. In Africa, we moved into Ghana about 30 years ago. We were the first Nigerian company that moved into Ghana. Somebody took me into Ghana to go and buy a gold field. Lawrence was still in power. In the morning, I came out and looking at all the big gallop, ricketing vehicles smoking. The person came and said, can we go? I said, no, I'm going back to Nigeria. He said, what is the problem? I said, I find a different kind of gold field. Why am I looking for gold that is in the ground and I'm seeing these vehicles that are broken up and down? I went back to Ghana and established Coscharis Ghana. If you are going to Ghana, before you arrive to the international airport, you see Coscharis Ghana on top of the building. We share a common wall with Central Bank of Ghana by Tama Road. Where we are in Ghana today is bigger than where we are in Mazamaza, if any of you have been in our place in Mazamaza. From Ghana, we moved to Gabon. From Gabon, we are in Ivory Coast. We set up Sierra Leone about 4 years ago, and last year we registered Coscharis Zimbabwe. We are in 5 places in Africa. Last year, 2021, we bought a company in Japan that is in export business. Coscharis Nigeria today is one of the customer of that company. So I have Japanese working for me today. I earn salary in Japan. I working on my resident permit of living in Japan. Move on. Next slide. We started, my business is the something Innocent did. We did apprenticeship and started selling motorcycle pass. So if you want to regard me as a university graduate, I graduated with distinction on a pass of internal combustion engine, selling spare parts of motorcycle. That is my former university. From 1976, I was on my own to begin to, because when we talk about innovation, we are talking about innovation today. Innovation is not invention. It's not for you to start something that has not been done before. It's for you to take things other people have been doing before and find a new way to do it in a sustainable manner. Then you are innovative. While I was working for my uncle, who sell motorcycle parts and also import from Japan, when the goods arrive, he will cut off the letterheading so that I don't know who is the supplier. When he decides to set the price, he cut off the price so I don't know how much the goods arrive. He will only put engine block 70 naira, a Kickstarter pedal 21 naira. You don't know whether there is 300 naira, 30% profit or 20%. I told myself, when I start my business, I won't do it like this. Because that's the problem of apprenticeship, a staffing ingenuity, a staffing creativity. And I was seeing those rope holes, I'm taking note that I'm going to improve in it. I saw a system that creates millionaires every 7 years. The boss get a boy, train the boy becomes the best it is. And once that boy left, the boy start growing, his boss start going down. That's exactly what happened with my senior brother. When Innocent was working for him, my senior brother's shop was the best shop. He grew better than everybody. He was much richer than me. But when Innocent left, because Innocent is the boy who had the knowledge and hard working, and now started his own business, my senior brother's business start going down. Innocent start going up. The same thing happened between me and my boss. Because that system does not support ecosystem to grow in a sustainable manner. So he keep on creating billionaire or millionaires every 7 years. Once the first boy go, the boss started coming to office late because he's become a rich man now. He has built a house. He can come anytime. He's not paying attention to the business start dying. So we never had a sustainable growth of business. I told myself I will not do my business like this. But when my uncle gave me 200 naira, what would you do with 200 naira? You have to start with what you have. So I took apprentice also, 4 apprentices. But when the first apprentice matured to leave, I replaced him with a staff. The next one I said, we are going to bake a big cake here. Everybody can take a pile on it. Because I want to build a sustainable organization. What is the vision of Kosciaris? The vision is to create an institution that will be timeless in its relevancy and value. It's not about me. It's about what I will leave for my generation. What I plan to leave for the people who are coming after me. So, and what is the means for Kosciaris to achieve there? That is our mission statement. And we say Kosciaris will produce excellent products and services to his customer, giving them the highest value for their money, and will plow resources back into the immediate society and create a sense of pride in his employee, and will continue to work strong and getting bigger into the future. And with this means, we are arriving to where we want to go in the vision. That's why today, I have managing director in Ghana, I have managing director in Gabon, I have managing director in Ivory Coast, I have managing director in Sierra Leone, I have managing director in running different businesses. Go back to the slides. So, from selling motorcycle spare parts, we started selling motor parts. My boss trained me selling motorcycle parts, but he didn't train me selling motor parts. They are all internal combustion engine. So I was able to train myself, move into motor parts. By 1998, the first company that signed on was BMW. We represent BMW exclusively in Nigeria. Mercedes has ruled this country before then, over 5 decades, no BMW. I told BMW, give me 5 years to assess what I can be able to do. In 1998, by 2003, when we did Kojas, we put over 1,000 BMW in Nigerian market. And BMW gave me 5 years contract. They never give anybody more than 1 year contract. I just got a certificate from them the other day, 27 years excellent partnership. We've been with them for 27 years. We did BMW so well, Jaguar signed us on. We did Jaguar so well, Land Rover signed us on. Rolls-Royce signed us on. Today in Nigeria, We are the only company that carry 4 luxurious brands. No other competitor had more than 1 or 2 luxurious brands under his briefcase. And we represent this company exclusively in this market. But now, Renault has signed us on. Ford has signed us on. Ford Truck has signed us on. Geely has signed us on. Enos has signed us on. So under our automobile brand today, we are carrying 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 brands of automobile under our briefcase. And we manage all of them successfully, yes? Now, a lot of people think that business is important for us. No. If you give me opportunity to choose between those brand of vehicle and to choose between this is called Koshari's auto care component. This is where it doesn't matter where you drive car. If you are in Bayelsa State here, if you are in Birnin Kebbi, if you are in Sokoto, if you are in Nnewi, if you are in Nigeria and you have a car, you are my customer. You didn't believe it, that is true. This is the business we do here. You can't drive a car in a full 1 year without me shopping your money. Yes. Our business is called pharmaceutical of automobile. So it's either you have used my masking tape, or you use my paint, or you use my engine oil, or you use my bearing. There is something I'm selling that is in your car. It doesn't matter where you are. So I am happy that vehicles drive on the road. Any day there's public holiday, motor is passing, I say, thank God, business is coming. If you even have accident, that is better, because you will buy my body filler, you will buy my paint, you will buy my masking tape. There are 4 or 5 things I'm selling for your car to be. So these are the engine parts, the things that make automobile. And there are only one company that manufacture it to the world. Abro is an American company that we represent. NPL is Nippon Piston Link, it's a Japanese company we represent. TP is Japan. Taiho. KYB is shock absorber. KG is bearing. All these things make motor pass. There are 32,000 components into automobile. We carry a lot of inventory. Here, the best thing you need to do is to have expert in inventory management, or stock will kill you. But this is where my bread and butter is. If you give me opportunity with all of those cars, I will tell you, please take those cars and leave this for me. Move on, the next slides. Koshari's motor assembly. We started car assembling by 2015. You can play the slides. That's the opening ceremony is about a few seconds. Put the voice on. What's going on? That's our factory. We assemble Ford there. Ford United States signed us on. CNN had carried us. So they've come into this factory. This Ford, we bring them in CKD and then be able to put them together. That is the chassis there. That is the engine. We have some German people. We have some American people and some South Africa and us doing that. But today, you can move on. We do not only assemble Ford in this factory, we assemble Renault here. We are certified by Renault. We are assembling other brands. The voice is not coming up. Okay, we can move on because we don't have time. I'm conscious of time. This is our Abuja office. We opened this office in 2010. This one here. This is one of our showroom in Victoria Island. It's a 5-floor building. There's only car showroom. The first floor is Rolls Royce. The second floor is BMW. The third floor is Jaguar. The other one is Enos. So this car is just car mall. So if you are looking for car supermarket, you can come here and pick the car you want. Move on. Now, The World Bank has predicted by 2050, Nigeria will be over 500 million people. We are under 200 million people, and we are spending $3 billion United States dollar to import rice, and we are spending $4 billion to import wheat. And I ask myself, could it be that there's no entrepreneurs in this country? How could this be possible? We are exporting jobs to Thailand. We are exporting jobs to Malaysia. We are exporting jobs to India because we are importing food. Now, people are worried about AI, technology, how technology is obstructing different industry. Brothers and sisters, let me tell you, there is no technology that will obstruct food. Human being will eat food. And our population by demography is growing. The World Bank said after China, India, by 2050, Nigeria will be the third most population on the earth. We will be about 500 million people. So people who go into agriculture today and get it right are the people who hold the economy of this country tomorrow. You didn't hear me well. People are neglecting it because even a madman needs to eat food for his madness to continue. So agriculture is indispensable for future of our country. You can start small. Don't neglect it and say, nonsense, what is it? The people that make money. No, there are many things you gain in agriculture. If you start moving into agriculture, you will not know. You think you are doing agriculture, but indirectly you are also in a real estate business. People told me, where did I get this kind of land in Anambra State? I have 3,000 hectares, not acre, 3,000 hectares. I started buying this land about 35 years ago. I took first Lojeni farm that is 310 hectares. I bought Life Brewell land. I bought Bravo own. The villagers gave me 1,700. Then Omeko Meluwa was still the ministry administrator in Anambra State. If population of Nigeria is expanding, land is one thing that does not expand. The land God created from the day He created man is here. Population is growing. So in future, in 50 years, that land, if my children take 100 hectares on it, sell, they will be multi-billionaire. So if you go into agriculture, you are investing not only in agriculture, but you are into real estate for future. Because the wealthy people today in America, many people don't know, Bill Gates and Elon Musk were the highest people that own land in United States, not building, land. They invested in property. They call it property banking. They put money in a place you think nothing will happen. After 5 years or 10 years, you come there, your head is blown. If those of you who knew Lagos know what Olegu used to be and all of those places, but they become a prime place. They used to be agricultural field. The wealthiest people today in Japan are people who were into agriculture. Agriculture provides you so many things. So Anambra State is expanding in growth because we have this culture. We are like Jewish people. Anywhere you die, we bring you to the state. So all our brothers that are blood now are buying up the land and building. There's no more land left. What we used to call Mbubo, where you throw things out, is all gone. So these people like me who own this farm are really people who are prepared to take over the economy of that state in future. Move on. You can play the slide here. I wanted to show you a little bit about this. Can you please do it? This is not in Netherlands. This is in, please put the voice. I want them to see the voice. This is not in Europe. This is in Anambra State. This is 3,000 hectares. It took us about 2 billion naira to clear this field, take all the trees out, because rice is a weed that grows on a mud. And you need to prepare the ground. We have to prepare this ground we have 4 combined harvesters that will move with speed to harvest the field. The window is too short. We created a dam. That is the dam there. These things government does to other people, our contemporaries in the north. But we have to do it here. I created a dam of 5,000 liters of water and created a major canal of about 27 kilometers to be able to put water into the field and create road. Within this farm, the total is about 200 kilometers. I was with the first Minister of Agriculture that visited here with the Central Bank Governor. And then another Minister of Agriculture has
Coach Charles Farm has a 36,000.
He said, I have seen farm, but I have seen another one. So, this
is on 2,500 hectares of land.
Let's the voice.
On the farm is a 38.6 kilometers drainage system, 37 kilometers road network, and a 100 kilometer access road. To prevent incessant flooding, the company has built a 9-kilometer dike, which is about 23.5 meters high above sea level around the farm. There are drainage pumps at the eastern and western side of the farm. Coach Charis installed a 5,000 liters per second capacity pump station, 6.7 kilometers main canal and 8.5 kilometers secondary canal. This was with the vision to have all year round farming to ensure irrigation across the farm. Coach Charis Farms has a 36,000 metric tons mill, a 25,000 metric ton silo, which is used for storage of the grains. The processing line consists of a parboiling unit and a processing unit. When paddy is received at the processing plant, quality check is done on the paddy, and when standard is met, it is taken as intake bits. It is then taken through the pre-cleaner where chaff and spores and impurities are removed. The next process is the boiling process, the parboiling process, which involves the soaking, pre-steaming, and post-steaming. The paddy then goes to the dryer for drying, and then it is taken to the milling bin for tempering and then sent to the mill. The parboiled paddy goes through certain processes. First, it is cleaned through the classifier and the destoner to remove stones. Then the paddy is dehusked, whitened, and polished. Finally, it is taken for grading, and where undersized grains are sorted and discolored grains are removed. Then it is ready for packing.
Okay, this is part of our business. We have about 10 subsidiaries under Coach Charis Motors. This is the farm. Look at these machines. You would think we are doing construction. These are all equipment. We have created about 15,000 indirect jobs in Anambra State, because we now have about 1,500 farmers who registered with us. We give them seed and give them seed money. They plant rice, we will harvest it. We have contract of first right of refusal. Whatever price they will sell, if we don't accept, that is how they sell to other people. So we take their body and put in our silo to be able to produce rice. Because even in our farm, we are not ready on earth. So we have created indirect job with other people, and it becomes a win-win situation. Because by creating this job, we take criminals away from the street. No gameful person who want to finish going to work and come back and still want to go on the street. So these are things you should think about. Let's move on because there's no time. So let's move on. You can say now, under the Coach Charis Group, we have a subsidiary called Coach Charis Technologies. We are into information technologies. We also build our own laptop here, but we represent HP, all the big names in information technology. We have a subsidiary called CML, Coach Charis Mobility Limited. Coach Charis Mobility Limited is where we represent 6 Rental. 6 is a German company that does about $4 billion in car rental. So you can book car from United States, you can book car in Japan, you can book car anywhere 6 East. You come to us, you pick the car. When Uber came to Nigeria, we are the people that supplied them the car that they started doing. Today, we work with Julius Berger, have about 300 of our cars. Lafarge Cement have about 400 of our car. Citibank. So we provide car for multinational organizations. You don't need to pay cash. You just pay rent every month. 4 years or 5, we take the whole car back. And if you like, we can also, this company help Costaris Motor to sell car. So they are, because they will lease you our own vehicle first. Most of the airport, including Port Harcourt Airport, you will see this 6 Rental. We are behind it. First System, go back. First System Finishes Limited is our painting company. All the car manufacturers that sell car in Nigeria, we have office in their place. They didn't know this is part of Costaris. The paint they are using, we are supplying. We represent 2 biggest world paint manufacturers. Number 1 is Seconds from Netherlands, and number 1 actually is PPG from United States. So we do PPG and Seconds. One is under Alpha Finishes and the other one is First System. We don't call it Costaris so that our competitors can allow us come to their room. Move on. Achievement that surpass perfect grammar. In 2003, the University of Nigeria awarded me my first doctorate degree. In 2006, Afe Babalola awarded me my second doctorate degree. Nnamdi Okpara University awarded him. I have 5 PhD, 5 doctorate degree. While some of you are pursuing degree is pursuing me. I used to sit in 2 public quoted banks in Nigeria. The first one was Guardian Express Bank, where I own 72%, P2B own 10%, Tony Ezenle own 10%. And then I used to own 24% of Access Bank, 24.7%. As a matter of fact, Herbert Mwigwe and I came up with I brought them into Access Bank. I first interviewed them to work for me at Guardian Express Bank. And it didn't work. I eventually got them into Access Bank. Move on. Now you need to listen because we are getting to the main thing now. Please give me your undivided attention. Because you need to say, by what means or processes did we arrive here? Listen. 7 keys to lasting success. This is where I need your attention. Number 1 is vision. A vision is not a function of sight. Your eyes is limited to what you can see. A vision is seeing the end before you start the journey. You described it very well. So, it's a function of spirit. It's not a function of sight. A man or a woman without a vision is worse than a man or a woman with 20/20. You don't see with your eyes, you see with your spirit. And that's how vision is created. Number 2 is faith to believe in your vision. He also explained it. You are the first believer of yourself. Nobody will believe you until you believe in yourself. Your belief about yourself have to be infectious. That anybody around you, it will infect him. That is what my mother did to me. My mother looked me into the eye at the age of 4 and told me I can go places. So I grew up with optimism. When my mother fly akala for me to sell and give the same akala to my senior brother to sell, we go to the same market. I will sell 2 trempan before my senior brother finish selling 1. Why? Because of that belief. My mother told me, if I ask an elderly woman buy akala, she says no, I will hold her cloth. He says, is it by force? I said, my mother tell me nobody says no to me. She will say, okay, put 5 pence on. But the same thing you did now, she will laugh, first of all. I said, okay, put this. So, my mother was wondering, her akala I'm selling is not different. It's the same with my brother's own. New market was not created for me. But there are secret of myself is self-belief. My confidence affected the people I talk to. Even when they don't want to buy akala, they bought from me. And that was the secret. So, if you are going to succeed in life or as an entrepreneur, you got to be the first believer of yourself. You don't have to wait for your husband or your wife or your mother or your sister to believe in you. You create your own world where you will live. So, faith is the second thing. That faith is the same thing with number 3, which we call self-belief. Self-belief is that they tell me this door is closing. I tell them, wait till I get there. I will walk to this door like I'm a blind person. When I get to this door, somebody will open it from the other side. I will close. The door will close again. The first time I went to American embassy to get a visa, I was 21. The man looked at me and said, I'm afraid I'm not going to give you a visa. I looked into his eyes. I wasn't looking down into his eyes. I said, what? Why are you scared? You give me visa, I go to America and I return back to Nigeria. He gave me 5 years. My first visa on a virgin passport was 5 years. When you need to believe, nobody can speak, can talk you out of what you believe about yourself. Nothing happens to you without you believing that it will happen. Good or bad thing will never happen to you except you believe that it happened. If any man called the highest herbalist, let him come here and say he's going to kill me. I told him he will not do anything. He will never do anything. But as soon as I believe in him by his concoction and I bend my head, then he has time over me. Jesus never healed anybody who did not believe he can heal him. All the people he met, he said, do you believe I can do this? So your belief is important for anything to happen to you, good or bad. Oh yeah, let's come on with the slide. Number 4 is plan. You must have plan for your life, young man. Don't say things are going bad. What is your plan? There's nothing you set your mind to achieve that you cannot achieve. I'll just give you a tip in the iceberg of what we have been able to create with 3rd grade education, just simply by self-belief and doing the right thing. I will show you the plans I have at the age of 15. That plan was not in my head. I wrote those plans down. That is like a vision is like a budget of where you want to be. By 15 years, I already had 10 years plan. As I'm speaking to you here now, I have 25 years plan on paper, even though I am 76. I'm only waiting for the money to execute those plans. But I have 25 years plan on paper now. So you must plan. It's not all your plan that will work out very well the way you want it. But it's your duty to make the plan first of all. Because that is what wakes you up every day. Something you are looking forward to achieve or do. Number 5 is focus. Focus is so important in everything we do. You need to focus with intensity of a lesser being. That everything you want to do. Many people do not appreciate the value of focus. With a focus, you can break a bottle. If there is energy and strength God put in you, our problem is that we have so many things distracting us. If you get up to go and make a coffee, before you get to the kitchen, something falls, you start looking at it. Your focus is not organized. If you can organize your focus, you will be amazed what you can achieve. So focus is a prerequisite for success. That is why many of you may not like it. It's not a doctrine. From the age of 21, I stopped watching television till today. I don't have CNN. I don't have cable TV. I don't have Azara. I told my wife, please, if she will agree with me, that we will not watch TV in this house. My wife said, what do we watch in the evening? I said, tell me, which television is more beautiful than you? I watch you when I come back. You watch me, I watch you. Because woman number one need is not sex. Woman number one need is affection. She wants you to give her attention. Not when she's talking, you are placing your phone. So I gave my wife attention, and we lived for 43 years. I've never pointed my finger in her mouth, because she can pour her frustrations, and she knew I'm listening. So if you want to make success, you have to pay some price. My children say this house is very useless house, because I raised 5 children without television. Yes, in this generation, 3 of them are American citizens, 2 are Nigerians. But all of them have graduated. I have only one daughter, she's a medical doctor, and I raised her without television, and she's an American. My 2 sons read their first degree in economics in Unilag. The other one went to London to do his master's degree. The third one went to Massachusetts to do his doctorate degree. They are all, 4 of them are already in my business. When you train children well and give them a sense of direction, when you need to bend them, then you'll be able to have the benefit of them as they grew up. But you have to pay price yourself. You must be willing to pay price. The other day I went to see my son. His television is like this screen here, my first son. I said, boy, you are making up for the lost day. He has about 76 channels. I said, yeah, this is your house. If I come here to say shut it down, then I'm a mad person. But while you are in my house, God gave me inspiration how to raise you. And I told them, don't profile me because I don't have television. God never gave everything to his son and daughter in Garden of Eden. He said, eat of every tree, don't touch this one. A sign of liking you does not mean everything you want will be given to you. Somebody need to restrict you for certain things, because he saw your future while he tell you to wait on that thing. Number 6 is value and integrity. If you have these 6, 7 things, you will create money. If you don't have these 7 things and you have money, you are a thief. You have stolen the money. You can tweet it to somebody and say, I say so. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, now listen to vision. When I was 15 years, I wrote 5 things I want to accomplish by 25. That's what I tell you. I always make 10 years plan, even at 15. What is it? By 15 years, I wanted to live a 3-bedrooms apartment when I'm 18 years. When you have vision, your vision puts you in prison. When you have vision, everybody cannot be your friend. When you have vision, you must be willing to be misunderstood. Because the thing that dictates what you are doing is your vision. It's not only you. When you see a madman make like this, you think he's mad. He's hearing voices. It's you that is not hearing what he's hearing. A man with vision is like a mad person. There is a voice that is speaking to you on what to do. And people around you will think you are crazy. You just ask for their patience to wait. So at 15 years, I wanted to live in 3-bedrooms apartment of my own. At 15 years, I wanted to get married by 20. When I'm 20 years, I want to have a wife. At 15 years, I wanted to have a son, a male child. When I am 21, I wrote it down. I want to buy my first car at 23. I wrote it down. And by 25, I want to be a millionaire. I didn't have it in my head. I put it in paper. As a matter of fact, I put it on my bedroom, on the top of my bed. That is the things I looked at before I go to bed. The things you see controls you. The things you hear send information to you. The things you touch send information to you. You have 5 senses to contact your human body. Your 6th sense is what we call faith. That is for supernatural. So, that 5 senses you have that contact the natural thing is the way you can feel around your environment. But in the 6th sense, it is memory, affection, imagination, conscience, you know. So, but the other one is touch, see, feel, and do. That is your 5 senses. So I had these plans on my head, and this is my driving caution. Next slide. Next slides. Now, I have faith in that my vision. And I wrote here, for with God, nothing shall be impossible. Luke 1:37. Because I'm a Christian. Many of you don't know, I gave my life to Christ before I turned 15. I was 14 years plus. I have been a Christian for 52 years. I've never had a regret. Somebody asked me one day, do you have any regret in life? I said yes. He said, what is the regret? I said, 14 years I lived before I knew Christ in his saving grace. Because that is what revolutionized my life. Next slide. Self-belief. Your belief will create your values. Your value will produce your moral. Your moral will inform your ethics. Your ethics will shape your character. Your character ultimately will determine your life. This is very important. It's not just I have self-belief. What is the component of this self-belief? Because it has to produce something. Or it's just an empty words. Move on. Next slide. True to the fact, by 18 years, I was living in 3 bedrooms apartment of my own. Then I had planned for marriage. This is me on September 23rd, 1978. I took this young lady to altar. There's no goatee. I was to turn 20 on December 24th that year. So I married when I was 19 years plus 9 months. I've been married for 47 years with one woman that produced 5 children. That is the power of faith. But I wanted a son at 21. And God knew that these 2 babies cannot be making a baby. So she closed the womb so we can get our hearts together. So it's not all your visions that will happen exactly the way you want it. But it doesn't stop you if you have plans to continue to push ahead of where you want to go. Next slides. This is me at the age of 22. So if you see an old woman, it looks like she never sucked breast with her mouth. This is me. This is my bongo trouser. That is with 4 layers. I wore bongo trouser with 4 layers. But that is my Passat car. I passed Old Oka Road by Mandela's. I saw this car blue with 3,000 kilometers and I crossed it. I was the first person in my entire family that owned a car. I was one of the youngest men in Nnewi that owned a car. But it's a plan because I wanted it at 23. I broke it by 1 year. If you go back to the slide, please. So, you see, these are all the visions I had when I was 15. The only one that didn't happen on it was to have a son at 21. But all this other one, I beat this by 1 year. If you look here, you see Jesus is coming. Jesus is alive today. I own a car by then. My mother was in this car and we were going on a journey. My wife was in the front of the car. When this thing come upon me, I speak like a deaf and dumb man. Suddenly I said, Chai, time is running out of me. My mother said, what is the problem? I said, Mom, it remained 2 years for me to have my first 1 million. He said, please, Cosmas. I said, Mom, what's it? He said, this your boast turned my stomach. Please, when you drop me, you continue to boast because you like to boast. You don't have 50,000, you are talking million. I stopped the car. I went close to my mother. I said, Mom, 2 more years. You can make a note, 2. He said, open the car. I opened the car. My mother get down. My wife said, are you out of your mind? That is your mother. I said, if you like, I will also drop you. I drove away on my honor. When you have faith, you are a mad person. You are not compromising. These are the kind of thing I'm telling you. You are very focused. I couldn't please my mother to take my word back. I made my first $2 million United States dollar at the age of 24. Not 25. That's what gave birth to all of those things you are seeing. I bought my mother Mercedes 190. She enjoyed, she drive from Nnewi to come to LIVETV here because she's a Catholic, to come for this place by herself. She know how to drive. I taught her actually how to drive. Move on. This house, I built this house at 25 years. This is still where I'm living till today. I've not built another house. It's ultra model. In this house, at the second floor here, if you go down there is a swimming pool in the second floor. By that age, I have thought about that. If you look at this house, there's a cantilever about 6 feet here with no pillar. I wanted to build a house like a vessel. When you have a vision and you believe in your vision and you water it with your prayer, God is obligated to make it to come to pass. Move on. Now, you may not believe this. When I was working for my uncle at the age of 14, he sent me to go to Nnewi to buy spare parts. I was to enter night bus called Awala Awala. Awala Awala is a tipper vehicle, a truck that your leg cannot get down. Like you sit here, your leg is suspended. When you enter gallop, it throw you up and you fall on the ground. I was to enter it. I passed this building in Ido. It's called AG Leventis. I pointed at this building. I said, one day I'm going to make a building like this. The man by me cocked my head. Because he could not see me at the age of 14 years dreaming about this building. The first building I ever made in Lagos is this. Compare this with that one. It took 18 years. That is the power of vision. It's not the length of the time that it takes that matter. But if it's a true vision, it will go trial and test. Don't start something and give up. If you put a seed on the ground, believe that that seed will germinate and grow. Don't come back after 3 weeks or so and say, let me see whether this seed. Once you remove it, you neutralize the power of it. You must, that is what faith is all about. You walk away. You may have seen 4 other seeds come up. This one had not come up. But when this one come up, you may outlive and this one and grow more seed. So you need faith to act in the life. This is still our building. In Adiolo Deku is the most prime area in Victoria Land. We had 2 buildings here. Both of them are corner piece. This one is at the beginning of Adiolo Deku and Ake Adenshola. The other one is at the end of Adiolo Deku by Amadu Bello Way. We own 2 property in a prime street in Lagos, all by power of vision. Move on. You need plan. Don't tell me you have hope, because hope is not a strategy. Your plan need to be there before your hope come on it. I hope so. God will help. Hope is #1 enemy of faith, even though hope is important. But faith is down. God say, I will have it. I believe in it. You look for it and you believe and pray through it. Move on. Focus, I have explained it. Stop your distraction and feed your focus. When you have vision, you don't want to go where everybody is going. You create another world for yourself that you need to live. What I'm trying to do here is to affect you. I want to pregnant you today. When you live here, you live here with a different mindset. Listen to me. The first thing that shows you have a vision is, who do you move with? Who do you move with? Please, I want you to hear me very clear. When I wrote those 5 things that I told you I want to achieve and put it in the wall, I look at it before I sleep. I look at it in the morning before I go. When I finish and I'm moving in the street, you are talking to me. The first thing you won't know, is that I will take you and I place you in that 5 things. If I don't see anywhere you support any of those things to come to pass, I cut you off. Why? You are a distraction. People say, I'm too proud. That is your opinion. You are entitled to it. I cannot take it away from you. So whatever you say about me has nothing to do with me. What is important is, do I know who I am? Do I know what my value system is? Okay, move on. Focus is important if you are going to achieve anything. Move on. Now, let me end on this one because I want to leave now. Value and integrity. When we talk about value system, When my uncle gave me 200 naira in 1976, there is only one thing that could make me look him eyeball to eyeball. My uncle is my mother's junior brother. I said, Uncle, I served you well. I didn't steal your money. I knew what other apprentices are doing. When you hold your value, you have confidence. It gives you power of speech. I said, why did you give me 200 naira? He said, because we are religious fanatics. You can go there. I said, Uncle, I worked all my heart with you. You should get me a store, pay for it, put merchandise in it, give me capital. What do you want me to do with 200 naira? He said, do whatever you like to do with it. I said, Uncle, 5 years from today, 5, you can make a note. If you had who I become, your head will be spinning. My uncle was sitting like this. When I said that, he received, he changed it. He said, well, I know you will be successful. I jump up. I said, thank God. He said, what's the problem? I said, that's the blessing I needed from you. It's not your 200 naira that matters to me. It's your word of blessing. I went with my senior brother. My senior brother said, leave this thing, let us go. I told my senior brother, I said, do you have anyone to give me when we get home? He says, no. I said, so why are you asking me to leave this? Principles are important. I've been taught the principle, do not neglect the beginning of a small thing. It's not how big the thing is, but how big that thing can be in the hand of God. If you focus on it, what you can do with it. Because that is the problem many of you have. Oh, I don't have enough money. All this. When I have enough money, start with nothing. I started with nothing. Somebody can get up in this room today that is determined. In 10 years, you can become a billionaire. Listen to me. By determined tomorrow, I'm going to go learn how to cut hair. You don't need 50,000 to cut hair. You need scissors. You need barber. Then you don't need shop. You go to people's shop and cut their hair. After you cut it, you massage it. You become a specialist in cutting hair. There's no time for me to tell you my story. The person standing before you used to carry scale, weigh scale, put it in the market, and I cram. I said 62 kg. I cram. People lie. I said, line up. I pay 10 kobo. Everything is business. I used to pay 10 kobo. People cramming my scale. What is important is what did you do with that money after you get it? Do you go and smoke with it? Did you look at your future that you are going somewhere and invest that money to be able to create you something? That's how I create my wealth. I never gamble. I never did Yahoo. I never did any of those things. But I can tell you step by step how I created everything that you are seeing today. Move on. This is my slides. Please walk with me. I finish with this. Maybe you have seen this before. This is my recipe of wealth creation if you want to create money. The greatest currency you need today is not cash. Your number one currency is credibility. You didn't hear me. What did I say your number one currency is? Anybody that have money that is not credible, tell him that customer say he's bankrupt. It's not the cash you keep in the bank that matter. It's how have you done something in a consistent level over a period of time that is verifiable, that people can trace and have record of what you have done. That's what credibility is all about. You don't wait till you become a billionaire to say you are credible. You become credible when you are doing apprentice. When you come to this hall, people you are interacting with, they are your social capital. Capital is not just only cash you keep in the bank. People you interact with and show how credible you are people you are going to leverage upon to be able to create wealth tomorrow. Many of you will wonder, if I said that to you now, it will be sounding extravagant. All the banks in Nigeria borrow me money without collateral. Do you believe it's possible? It didn't happen by accident. It's a dream I had as a young man. God, I want to do business to get to a point that I will want to do any business and I don't see money to do it. That Kosharis farm that I told you, I've been attracted foreign investment. Sahel Capital invested money with us. But the problem many of us have as business is that we are not ready to be properly structured. More than 20 years ago, we get X and Young to audit us. The 5 big world-rated company audit us. If our tax is 1 billion naira, we pay it. We don't argue. Because how do you you want to run and tie yourself in the leg? I'm able to attract people from Lafarge Cement, people from bank, people from oil company to come and work for me because I created the structure that people see they can make a career. In a elementary 3-boy graduate, many self-made people can never give you their checkbook. In the last 30 years, I don't sign check in Kosharis, and we have 10 signatories in the account. I tell my colleagues, I say, if you know how much you have, you are not wealthy. It's your accountant general that will tell you how much you have. If you know it in your head, you are not wealthy. And that is where we have come. So, move on. Show me my slide. So, your number one wealth is credibility. Number 2 is what we call credible relationship. Please listen. Young people, listen. If a wealthy man or a rich man give you cash, he has cheated you. You didn't hear me well. Because all of you are looking for people. Oh, give me money, give me money, give me. No. If a rich man gives you cash, he has cheated you. What you need is access. If you knock at his door, he opens. Where he can pick your call. Just think, if I met any of you when I go to meet Aliko Dangote and I see you in Aliko Dangote's house, do you know your value has changed 1,000 times from what it is? Because next time I'm going to talk to you, because I know Aliko don't allow idiots to enter his house. For mainly allowing you to enter his house, you carry some value. I will start treating you with a different kind of respect. And I start dealing with you. So what you need from a rich man is not cash. A rich man gives you access. And therefore, when you meet a rich man, don't be in a hurry. What are you going to get for him? John Kennedy, one time United States President, don't ask what will you do for America. Don't ask what America can do for you. Ask what can you do for America. That is patriotism, where you are willing to add value. When you reach, everybody has problem. I met a young man at the airport from Lagos coming here. He said, I want to serve under your feet. I know you are busy. Send me any speech engagement you are going to go. I'll prepare you the paper. I don't charge you money. From that statement, we have exchange number. Because he's looking for how to create value. Your net worth is your network. People you know, access you have. You don't know. I can say it here plainly. A young man in my town, in Anambra, his name is Stanley Uzochukwu. I used to go see Jonathan. I would see Stanley at his place. But because I've had bad experience with young people, I avoided him like a plague. He tried to come to me and just stay away. I don't want to have anything to do with him. He kept on trying to reach me. I said, God, I won't fall for this again. One day, I came down from Hilton Hotel, Nikon, and I saw this young man from elevator. He grabbed my 2 feet. I said, Stanley, he said, oh God, please. I said, what's this? He said, lay hands on me and pray for me. I said, Stanley, can we go into? He said, please do it here. I said, no, we will get to the corner, not on elevator. He said, do it here, because I cannot let you go. I said, I'm like Jacob now. I saw that this guy is serious. I meant what he said. I said, no problem. I put my hand over him. As I was praying, I felt his hand went into my pocket and made like this. He stuffed 50,000 naira in my pocket. 50,000. As I was going to airport, I removed the 50. I asked for facetious. I said, make this in no track all my money. I removed the 50,000. I kept it separate. I didn't want it to touch other money I have. And I keep on wondering, who is this boy? Why did he need to give me 50,000? Does he know who I am? I was thinking. But friendship was born, and we started interacting. One day, I was coming to Abuja. I was in my Jaguar entering Abuja. My phone rang. It was Stanley. He said, Oga, do you know anybody at First Bank? I said, Stanley, what is the problem? He said, there's this young man that used to help me. You know, I got contract from Julius Berger to supply this 1,000 liter of diesel. Usually he used to do it and we share profit. But if you know anybody in First Bank to help me, talk to him. The Holy Spirit talked to me. I asked him, do you have an account in First Bank? He said, yes. I said, send me the account number. And my spirit told me to wire $1 million to him. When he get it, he said he opened his alert, his phone fall off his hand. His phone fall off his hand. He ran and went to tell Paul Elenchi. He told me he haven't seen something. Yes, he didn't pay me that money that year. It took him about 2 years, but he paid it to me without going to court. We didn't sign any agreement. We didn't exchange word for it. So what you need from a wealthy man is access. If you get access, please don't abuse it. Keep that door open, because one phone call can save your life depending on who you are relating with. So if a wealthy man or a rich man give you access, young people, cherish it. Consider it a wealth. I don't know you here. There are many of you who could possibly buy a Rolls Royce. I don't know. The price we are selling Range Rover Evoque, the price is 450 million naira. If you want to buy Rolls Royce from us today, you have to pay 1.2 billion naira. If you need BMW 7 Series Armor, you need to pay 1.2 billion naira. Now, the cheapest car we have is Chinese, called Geely. We sell it for 32 million. None of you here, with the exception of maybe Pastor Obi and Phil that I know, or that will come to me and said, can you give me this car next week? I give you money. I will insist they pay. But while you are in my shop talking to buy Geely, if Sister Florence Arakija called me and say that there's a young man in me and he needed a Rolls Royce, he needed a Range Rover, please let him go. He will pay in 2 weeks or I send you the check. Do you think I will let him go? Yes, I will. Because I know she's credible. In fact, if Aliko called me and say he should drive away with Rolls Royce, I will let you go. Because I know he cannot change his word because of 1.2 billion. Now, you don't have 32 million, but somebody can put 1.2 billion or 5 in your hand by putting a phone call across to you. That's how wealthy you are. So when you have access, don't abuse it. Please give me back my slide. So the first level of money is credibility. The second level of money is credible relationship. Can we keep quiet? I'm done. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead. The third level of money is integrity. Integrity is a scarce commodity anywhere in the world, not only in Nigeria. Anywhere in the world, there are not many places integrity is in plenty supply. But it's worse in my own country. Integrity is not what you do while we are inside this hall, where everybody is looking at you, where you are under a camera. Integrity is what you do when you are sure nobody will ever discover what you did and you decide to walk by your value and principle. Before then, you have integrity to get. The thing you are calling integrity is not it. It's only when you can hold yourself accountable where nobody could see you. That is, please keep this steady. I want to finish. That is the third level of money. This is what created everything we have in Costaris. BMW ship us car without payment, 150 days. Abro, United States, ship us goods to sell. Payment is 120 days. People tell me Chinese don't give anybody credit. I do business today with Chinese. No deposit and payment is 120 days. I didn't pick it on the street. When people give you goods to sell, that's the best form of loan you can get. We call it supplier's credit. Going to bank to go and borrow money, interest comes Saturday, public holiday, every day, every night, every afternoon, is an easy way to commit suicide. But if you have somebody who will leverage on your goodwill and integrity and give you something for exchange of a value, you are creating wealth. That is what differentiates us with most of our competitors. Now, the next level of money is character. Character is the foundation of everything. If this building, you can't see the foundation, you can see the wall, you can see the roof. If the roof crack here and this wall crack, the state municipality will come here and say, repair the wall. But if the foundation have problem, they will say, bring the building down. There are so much deficit of character in Nigeria that if nothing happen in leadership to repair character, the next 10 or 20 years is very critical for this country. Character is the foundation, the fabric on which any institution or country stand upon. Now, when you have character, you also require competence. You need to be tutored. You need to learn. You need to be mentored. You need to be schooled in the things you need to do. When you have these 5 things, the next thing you will have is money. Because why? Money is an exchange for value. So when you have this thing, money will follow you. But the more you pursue money, the more money run away from you. Because money don't like you or hate me. It doesn't know who you are or who I am. Anybody that creates value, money follow him. So if you need money, be a person of value. Don't go back in the evening in your house and watch television from morning till night and look for who to WhatsApp every message. Your time is your life. Every time you lose, you can never recover. So what you do with your time every day determines what your future is. God bless you. Thank you for listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cosmas Madoka, Chief Executive Officer of Coscharis Group. I told you what we're giving you here is practical experience. This is resources that several fora you will have to pay to get access to. And you're getting it here free of charge. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you have listened to our speakers today and you go home and remain the same, your village people are very strong. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while he was speaking, it became obvious to those who might not have found it obvious before this time that common sense is not common. And everything you do, while you work hard, while you struggle, you must back it up with faith. A few years ago, I decided I was looking for mentors. But then I was in the unique position of looking for mentors who will also embody my faith. Because no matter what you think in life, you have to not just look at the individual, you have to look at what is backing the individual. And one of the first persons I considered is our keynote speaker who just finished speaking. Reason being, even though he has the experience and he can tell you and he has track record of how he has grown all through the years, there is always the faith factor and the unseen factor in every endeavor. Now, some people might listen and say he had, I think it's with Mercedes-Benz, sir, BMW, that they give just 1 year and they gave him 5 years. Do you think his proposal was better than every other person's proposal? That is the work of the unseen hand that gives you 5 where others get 1. So when you're picking mentors, not just pick mentors who will come and tell you stories. Pick mentors that you know what is backing them and their track record. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are not in church, even though our last speaker is a preacher of the gospel. So we're moving now to just a slight break because we're pumped up in this hall now. Do we have Big Eye Comedy standing by? Big Eye Comedy will take you just 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes, please. Big Eye Comedy, 5 minutes, and then we move to our next speakers. 5 minutes, please. As they are making their way here, I would like us to again ponder on some of the things that our speaker just said. That the ability to organize your thoughts into productivity is what actually makes you an educated person. And indeed, impact does not always come with perfect grammar. Big Eye Comedy, I'm waiting for you. Success is not an event, it is a process. If they're not here, we're moving. Can you tell them to come in now? They have just 5 minutes. Media, please. Immediately after that, I'll be calling our next speaker. I would like to recognize the Honorable Commissioner for Trade, Industry and Investment, Dr. Ibiari Jones. You're welcome, sir. Okay, Big Eye Comedy, you can get your acts together. I'm moving to our next speaker. He's a man who transitioned from politics as a lawmaker to being an entrepreneur. When it comes to politics, businesses, entrepreneurship, it looks like a juggling game. You have to do what we call a perfect balancing act for you to succeed in either of them. And this, our next speaker, has successfully done this balancing act as an entrepreneur, as a politician, as a legislator, and he continues to thrive. The business has grown not just from Bayelsa State, but to Nigeria and outside Nigeria. And so while we appreciate and commend our speakers who are coming from Nnewi that I'm going to visit and take the water there and drink, I would like to also acknowledge that we have some here, not just from certain parts of Bayelsa State, but different parts scattered, and one of them will be speaking to us next. We call him Ayala. He's the Chief Executive Officer of a Mili group of companies. Please put your hands together for Chief Dr. Robert Enoa Ayala.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, ably represented by my dear friend, a lawmaker who did very well in his own time, in our own time. The Deputy Governor who said he was going to be here, but I think he's here spiritually. The Honorable Commissioner for Trade and Investment, the traditional rulers here present. Our sister who is doing a new thing in Bayelsa, Mrs. Charity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, great Bayelsa State, the great Bayelsa State. In fact, this is a new dawn for Bayelsa State. I also want to appreciate my mentors, Innocent Motors and Costaris. I followed my political godmother to your mother's burial, funeral, but you were so busy, I could not even have an handshake with you. I was far off. I followed Patience to your mother's burial. May her soul rest in peace. And may God bless her for raising somebody like you. Innocent, you are also one man I cherish so much. If it is me alone, Nigeria wouldn't have been driving any other foreign cars. It would have been Innocent Motor, because the brand you see here is actually the brand we are driving. And we would have been proud of ourselves. But greater days are coming, better times are coming. We celebrate you. My God, and the professors. I find myself in a confused state already because two big industrialists, intercontinental industrialists, and two professors. I am the only man that is close to you people, the only street boy. And thank God I'm carefully kept in the middle so that anywhere I don't meet up, I know that the first speakers are spoken well, very, very well. And the two professors who will speak after me will cap it up. So my own is going to take another pattern. When these first two speakers came, I know that their presentation was actually not for everybody. It's not up to 30% of us. Maybe somebody like Professor Ayawe and a few others. The professors will also simplify by involving the students. But like I said, I'm the street man. So, and I will take another style, which is going to be, we talk together. It's going to be a question and answer, because here in this hall is a collection of the multi-billionaires in dollars and the swally traders. Not be so? So if we keep hearing things that will make us dream, and we'll dream like Okwa, and we'll wake up like Mr. Ebu, it will not work. So, for the reality's sake, I see myself as one of you, an industrialist in a very small scale, an entrepreneur in a very small scale, a Bayelsa that is starting just like everybody. And I'm happy, ma. I'm extremely proud of you. Extremely, extremely proud of you. You are introducing a new dimension of life into this state. You know, People will doubt and ask, Ayala, we want to doubt your nativity. It's either your father is an Igbo man or your mother is an Igbo man. The two of them were stark illiterate farmers in Ogbia. They didn't even travel to YENAGOA. But just like our brother said, I had those dreams when I was small. Very, very small. And sometimes if I talk, including my relations, they think I'm going mental. They think I'm going mental. But I scope myself, give myself target, and see where I will be. I'm sure if my mother were alive, and even now that she's not alive, even as we speak, she's enjoying me and nodding her head. I'm very sure of that. And so, like I said, we are going to interact. For those that are ready to listen, and I know that some of us have no business yet and are interested in being in business. So how do you be in business? And how can you sustain business? I first define business. That is the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is a businessman. So how do you do business? When you know it is trade, how do you trade? Business is either trade or farming, like our brother demonstrated. You are either doing agricultural business or you are doing what is called buying and selling. So in the context of Bayelsa, if assuming I am amongst the first 11 doing business in Bayelsa and I'm recognized, does it actually worth it? Possibly most of you would have evaluated my words. So are we going somewhere? The question is, the answer is on the other side. Either yes or no, depending on how you want to see it. For me and those that are close to me, including my wife, will say positive yes. We are going somewhere. I had the privilege of relocating to Dubai. They came, marketed me. I went for a survey. They kept me in one of the best hotels just to convince me to sell my properties and relocate to Dubai with almost a 0% interest rate in their loans. But I said, I want to add value to Nigeria and Bayelsa in particular, and I'm here. I did that sacrifice because apart from increasing my profile, I know that you and I are going to be part of the name, either directly or indirectly. At our level, we don't need to quote or explain what we have done. It matters nothing for this when they are with, before Innocent or Maduka. You cannot. But are we increasing in our profile? The answer is yes. For how many years? Almost 23 years I've been in business. We have not owed. Who is an entrepreneur? That is somebody who defines business and takes business to another level. But did we actually access money from somewhere? The answer is also no. Just like Maduka said, the Nigerian banks are one of the funny banks that you cannot even approach for a loan, particularly those of us from Bayelsa State, where they will tell you that your property has no value. You people from Anambra, you are enjoying. Ojuku laid a solid foundation for you people, and you are just building upon that. That creativeness and the awareness has been there. And anybody from Anambra, so long as you are doing business, can access loan in any bank, anywhere. It is not so in Bayelsa. But are we in business? Yes. Are we growing? Not at the pace people will expect, but we are certainly growing, crawling. And so I want to create an atmosphere, possibly, where we'll discuss some of the questions. If I'm not able to answer, it will come back to Innocent or the professors or Maduka. How do we start business? How do we manage this XYZ? I'm so happy that in this hall is Nigeria. I see the Hausas, I see the Yorubas, I see the Igbos. I see the academic community, I see the market women. And so it's a learning process. So, microphone, give the audience the microphone, so that anybody that asks any question to ask, you ask, and then we discuss your questions. I think that model will be better, and I'm sure I will earn myself some points rather than following the line of Maduka or Inoso. If I follow their line, I'll be completely out of place. No, I thought this is a face-to-face interaction. Okay, that is what you want to be. So, panel instruction. So what I'm trying to say, well, the organizers have said there is going to be a panel session. And I want to use myself now as a model. Maduka has told the story. Innocent has told the story. They are very mega stories. I also want to tell my story. Are you ready to listen? And I have to tell you that you can be somebody from nobody. You can be who you are positively or nobody in the society if you so decide. Growing up, I did not grow up to see a father. I lost my father before 2 years. But I keep telling my mother that I'm going to make you great. I'm going to make you great. Nobody in my community, including my siblings, believe in my innermost faith. But my mother believed in me. Anytime I talk like a madman, my mother will say, God bless your aspirations, others will laugh and go. And so I came up. And then, again, I have started working. I have to be my mother's husband at the age of 14. I dive water snail, sell, supply to my mother for dinner and for breakfast. In the process of the sale will be in my mother who was my bank. I'm not sure there are young men that are giving their monies to their parents to hold for them. Bank was a little too far from us. So I grow with that. And for everything I do, even with the water snail, I say there is going to be a time bound, a limit. And when I got to one level, I have to stop. In fact, I use the water snail to train myself to a certain level. Oga Maduka, this water snail past the one where you start to. It's two electric poles deep. You dive inside to go and bring a livelihood. And sometimes we'll dive to fill the dugout canoes and sell. I had never seen myself as a water snail diver. I was seeing myself as a water snail merchant. While others see themselves as water snail diver, I saw myself as a water snail merchant. But because at the end of the season, I'll go to Port Harcourt and buy whatever the township boy is using in my village. You won't believe that I started using air condition in the village on the community generator that even generated a crisis that they ended up beating me up. It's oppression. That was my focus. As I was leaving the water snail, I saw plank business. There is today those jobs I did are telling on me. Oh, thank God I discovered business early. My back pains a lot. Plank business, at 19, 20, 21, we were rolling timbers to saw. It was still very painful. But I tell you that there are some of my colleagues, my peers, that are still battling with plank business. I was not seeing it at my terminal point. I took it to a level, went into canal business. It initially flourished before the likes of Maduka and Innocent came and flooded the area, and then we became their boys. Big Igbo boys came and we became their boys, and that was how our own ended. Where do I go now? I've reached a level where I can test the waters of politics. And I tested. And to God be the glory, I entered. And there was one statement Alamese told us, Professor Ayawe will recap, when we almost protested for salary and allowance increase. He told us to either resign from the assembly and he would make us commissioners. And then after threatening and intimidating us, he said, if you cannot do anything with 20,000 naira, even if you have 1 million naira, there is nothing you can do with it. I swallowed that statement, and I'm sure he also swallowed, because we are the first set of young men that went into trade. We are the first set of young men that went into property. And so I took that advantage. I woke up to site, prepare the site, go to my legislative job, debate very well, do my parliamentary business very well, drive back to site, change my suit and put on my coverall and start bending rods. We are the first to be in building materials in commercial quantity. And then, not too long, the big boys arrived again, invaded the market, and I always see opening and opportunities. I have to leave them. Because your brother is not in Onitsha, it's not in Aba, it's not in Lagos. They are not even talking about China. They took over the place. And I told my group general manager, boy, can we go into the hotel business? This business, these boys not going to fit invade us, come out anyhow, because we are indigenous. That was how we started the hotel business. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. We started in Bayelsa. We are in Abuja. We are in Lagos about to commission. What I want to assure you, Bayelsans and Nigeria, is I will not invest outside Nigeria. I will not. Oga, I know why you are investing outside Nigeria. Is to give you the portfolio of accessing plenty of dollars. But me, I will not invest outside Nigeria. If I invest outside Nigeria, not up to 3% of Nigerians will be staffs there. Meanwhile, they are better off. They are better than us. So how will I take my money and go and deposit where? The general manager will be a white man. The general manager will be a white man. The supervisors will be white. And all that, the head of departments will be white. When I have my Bayelsans who are willing and ready to work, still roaming the streets. When I have my Nigerians who are ready and willing to work, still roaming the streets. So, my costs and my scope is within Nigeria. God helping me. We went to Abuja, to an extent conquered Abuja. Like I said, we are in Lagos about to commission and kickstart. Then I ventured into the oil industry, thinking I am from Olebri, I am from Ogbia, I am from Bayelsa, and I am from the Niger Delta. So I have the first right of refusal to be in the oil business. But contrary to that thinking, the frustration has become so much that as a Bayelsa, I have to buy from the secondary markets. Even though my batches are released, my batches are relocated to the big boys from the north. To the big boys from the north. And in Nigeria, you don't even complain when you have all the rights. You are suffocating, don't complain. There is injustice, don't complain. You are dying, don't complain. And since I cannot complain, I have to, do I keep looking at these investments as mirrors? No. I had 2 major mega filling stations in the city of YENAGOA. I have to convert the first one to a warehouse. Today, we have not less than 100 million naira stock of water steadily in the warehouse, even though the season is not friendly. We looked at Banshare. Is it productive? Rain oil is here, AA Rano is there, Shafa is there, nobody comes to buy. You buy a truck of fuel, you use that truck to sell for 2 months. Are you really in business? You are no longer in business. So, we have to also dismantle it and think of something that will stand. I tell you that before this time next year, what will be standing there will be capable of taking another 100 Bayelsans and Nigeria. That is plan and projection. So, as a young man, do you have plans? I wouldn't want to go back to what our people, our elder brothers have said. Do you have plans? I am happy he talked about televisions. When I started, may I so rest in peace, my late wife, if I come back and they are watching television, I'll go and remove the cord. Because the Telemundo you are watching is adding quality to somebody's business. The G-World you are watching is somebody's business. What is the Nigerian own? Is somebody's business. And you sit empty to look at somebody's business for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, and then you begin to look for something to eat. You begin to look for something to eat. And if there is nothing around you immediately, you are looking for somebody to go and oppress. You call it oppression because we never bargained for it. I never budgeted you as part of my daily plans. But we are in Africa. So sometimes you give unwillingly. But by the time we change this culture, and I'm very happy, if there is something that is keeping me happy about Bayelsa is possibly the activities of this lady and our 2 business schools. The business school from University of Otoake and the business school from the NDU. I'm sure will change a lot of orientation and psyche of our people. I want to believe that if Maduka can make it and speak big, if your son can make it and speak big, if I can from nowhere. Maduka was giving 200, I was giving no 100. I was not giving anything. But if I can get to this level, you too can make it. With proper time management, integrity, like he said, integrity. You have institutional network. How are you with the society? Some people will hear about Ayala, and the name alone has become a brand. Ayala is my father's name. It's not a business name. For information, and Emily is my mother's name. I decided to celebrate them, and I believe because I'm celebrating them, they will make the businesses to grow mega. I'm celebrating them. So, Bayelsans is another opportunity. How do you start business? You don't need 100,000 naira. 10,000 naira. I've just started doing something in my Anglican church that today I don't harvest any longer. I go to the church when the pastors are inspecting. Then I call the men in the church And I said, for those who will be ready to do business of 20,000, stand up. And I give it to them. When I was in sanitation, I did it. I want to tell you here that one of my beneficiaries of 30,000 naira, I used that 30,000 naira to build a 3-bedrooms bungalow. And the business is still running. One of the churches I visited, the young man has bought his mother's house that the mother wanted to sell, still housed the mother there, and the business is still running. So, you don't need to be bothered about bank loans. Be prepared, be committed, sleep your business, dream your business, eat your business, and you realize your business. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Chief Dr. Robert Enwa Ayala, Chief Executive Officer of Emily Group of Companies. Eat, dream, sleep, meditate your business. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our next speakers, we'll just for the next 5 minutes get a message from the Bank of Industry. I would like to invite to the microphone the divisional head, micro, small, and medium enterprises South of the Bank of Industry, Paquins Ehisi Rabo. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to speak for a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so privileged to be in your midst. I thought I came here to share some of the opportunities that Bank of Industry have for entrepreneurs. But I never knew that I was in for a 4 hours business school. How many of you feel that we have been in a business school? So it is not just information that you will be given, you will be given impartation. How many of you believe that? So like Dr. Maduka said, it is what you do with it that really matters. So many times we are pumped up like this. If you don't take the next action, vision always leaks. Vision leaks with time. The only thing that makes vision to be sustainable is action. Tell your neighbor, action. The greatest slogan that I've ever been written is that of Nike. Just do it. Tell your neighbor, just do it. So anytime that, you see, I tell people that the problem we are having in Nigeria today is you and I. How many of you will believe that you are your greatest problem to yourself? That is why I don't blame anybody in my life. I told myself when I joined Bank of Industry, if I'm not promoted, if I don't get anything, I will never blame my boss. I have disappointed myself more than anybody have disappointed me. Hello? You have disappointed yourself more than anybody else. So why will I blame somebody else for disappointing me when I know I disappoint myself all the time? If I can only do 10% of all the ideas that come to me, oh, I will be one of the greatest person. And I know it is true of you. If you can only put to use 10% of what you know is right. Last week, I was in a program, they call it International Day for the Eradication of Poverty. And we played the same message that Dr. Maduka played, that 6th level of cash. And a young girl, a primary school girl, was able to recite it. And I decided to give him an award for being able, for paying attention to it. But this is what I said at that program. I told them that, look, poverty is your unwillingness to do, lack of sufficient will and character or discipline to do what you know is right. That is the essence of poverty. You know what is right, but are you willing enough? Are you disciplined enough to know? If you ask a poor man, give me the advice on how to be rich, do you know they will tell you? They will tell you, but they are not willing to do it. So please, let's put our hands together for our amiable governor, for putting this together for us. Dr. Maduka just told you how many £1,000 you need to listen to him, but the governor did it for free for you. You didn't need to travel to Dubai, you didn't need to travel to the US. They brought him directly to you here. You are a blessed people. I always believe that Bayelsa, there is something about Bayelsa. Do you know Bank of Industry does not have an office in Bayelsa? The only place where we don't have an office. But yet we have built 2 technology hubs in Bayelsa to woo the governor or the government so that we can be here. The only state where we have 2 technology hubs is in Bayelsa. We have one in Bayelsa, YENAGOA. We have one in your university, Otorua. Built and furnished by Bank of Industry, and we are paid the salary of the workers for how many years? Look at it. Please, can you stand up? This is the manager of that place. For how many years we have been doing that to support innovation? Please, you can see that. To support innovation in Bayelsa. So let us put our hands together to the technical advisor to the governor on entrepreneurship for dreaming this. I am not supposed to speak now because of the professors are supposed to speak, but I have to run because the governor is putting together with Bank of Industry 4 billion matching fund for you. We are having, you saw the commissioner of trade and investment. That meeting was supposed to be 2 o'clock. We thought we would start 9 o'clock, we would have ended, we'll have 2 o'clock. He has to come to this place to drag me out. I said, I have not even given my goodwill message. Let the state manager go. So I need to say this so that I can meet them. We are meeting with the Attorney General to finalize the MOU. This to show you that you have a prosperity governor. He offered us 3 properties that to bring BOI to Bayelsa. We have looked at the property. Some are too big for us. We say no, it's too big. We have to look for our own, the one we can customize in accordance to our brand. So after meeting with the Attorney General, we have seen a property in Bayelsa that the Managing Director have asked us to go and inspect so that we can finalize all the processes and buy it, so that Bank of Industry can be in Bayelsa State. So finally, there is 2 funds that Bayelsans are qualified for. One is called RAPID, Rural Area Program on Development, on Investment for Development, RAPID. In that program, BOI is giving people up to MSMEs that are into manufacturing. We are giving you up to 10 million. If you pay back 6 million, 4 million will be given to you as grant. So, but what that means, it is the grant you get it based on performance. If you have not paid back 6 million, we will not give you 4. So the grant is at the end. Once you pay back 6 million out of it, the grant is, but it is only for rural area. That means if you are in YENAGOA, sorry, you will not get it. So all of that local government that is outside YENAGOA will get it, because those are the ones we call rural area. Is YENAGOA a rural area? So because of money, you want to turn YENAGOA to rural area now. So we will send, I want to believe everybody registered for this program. We'll send the requirement to you so that you can help us to share it to all the people. The other one is the federal government 75 billion MSME fund. How many of you have heard about it? So on that one, the first one is only for value adding. If you are not into manufacturing processing, you cannot benefit. But the other one is for every business, so long as you are registered. And you can get up to 5 million. And you pay back 3 years. You can't go wrong with it. So the details as well, I will send it to the technical advisor to the governor so that she can share with you. If you have not registered with your phone or your chat, please go and put it down, because that is the only way we can reach you. The problem we always have sometimes with Bayelsa State is that you people are too slow. Tell your neighbor, wake up. We don't want to do this after 1 week, no application is coming from you. It is not good enough. So ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to our governor and the technical advisor on entrepreneurship, and for our guest speakers that came all the way. I am already a Bayelsa. You can see the way I'm dressed. So I am the one helping you to give vote of thanks. Let us appreciate all the people that came all the way to celebrate with us. God bless you and we love you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irabo. Thank you. But I want to say something, sir. I don't think there is urban and rural areas. Everywhere is somebody's village. You might call YENAGOA an urban area, but Amarata is somebody's village. So where the Amarata person, where is his own rural area? Sir, please, am I lying? Everywhere is an urban area, everywhere is a rural. So, sir, please don't bring that dichotomy. Thank you, sir. And secondly, sir, you see that 10 million that you said we can pay 6 million and then 4 million becomes a grant. I like that model. Sir, can I come? I get the 10 million. Immediately I give you 6 million and go home with my 4 million. You know, that is the Okija girl in me speaking. You know, I went to Madonna University in Okija. So the moment you call it, I begin to think of profits instantly. So I can come and apply, get the 10 million, give you your 6 million, immediately I have paid back. And go home with my 4 million. But that's on a lighter note. I know that there are rules and regulations guiding the access to these funds, and payback cannot be instant. It has to be spread over a period of months to ensure that you are actually using the money for the purpose that it was designated for. Thank you so much, sir. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, on that note, invite another man. While he is representing the governor of Bayelsa State, he himself is an entrepreneur, a public office holder, a politician, and he has held several offices, and he is also mastering the act of serving the people and still running profitable businesses. The Secretary to State Government, Professor Nimbofa Ayawe. Please put your hands together for him.
Onoa. I don't want to dwell on protocols, but to recognize everyone here and thank profoundly the keynote speakers for the justice they've done to the topic. The governor would have been here himself, but he's far away in China, representing us very well in a conference that has to do with the deltas of the world. And for those of you like Madoka and probably I've seen Innocent here the last time they visited, For those of you visiting Bayelsa for the very first time, we are one of the states in Nigeria. We actually take all the bad and goods of Nigeria. The river Naija, Benue, all flows through Nigeria to Bayelsa to the Atlantic. We have all the 3 tributaries of the river Naija, River Rashi, Forcados, River Non, all flowing through Bayelsa to the Atlantic Ocean. We are actually more delta than delta states, more rivers than river states. Meaning, anytime they want to punish us, they give us flood. Anytime Nigeria decide, Nigeria, Cameroon, down to the Fitajolon in Burkina Faso, anytime they want to destroy us, they give us more water, and we take more water and we are destroyed. And so protecting this very fragile ecosystem is a necessity. As a government, our duty is to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. We had relied up until this minute on the national grid, and it has been very epileptic. Even very small countries like Rwanda, they have electricity even in the villages. If you are moving from Kigali to Gisenyi by Lake Kivu near Goma in DR Congo, even every single village you pass through, you have power. But in Nigeria, we do not have. And that is probably one of the reasons why we have always become a consumer nation. We can't produce nothing tangible. And so as a state, we decided to move the other way. And to the glory of God, we all know that we have power, right? Very close to us. The consumption, I am told, it's about 25 megawatts, but we are having 60 megawatts. And so, for our entrepreneurs, manufacturers, we are creating a robust system so that you have 24/7 power supply in Bayelsa. The government is very deliberate, the governor is very deliberate in creating vistas of opportunities for people. Just last week, we are the only state in the whole of the South that sent 3 entrepreneurs, I call them maybe innovators, to the next gen technology conference and presented their innovations to the world in London. We are the only states in the whole of the South. One worked on green power solutions. The other one was very more technical to me because we have issues of insecurity in the whole country. And he worked on an application that will be sufficient to locate even kidnappers to their den. So the governor has decided to do something for him, and we're going to take it up with NCC and other bodies to help this young man to see whether he can have the right backing to have that app used for the sake of our security and others. Now, Bayelsa, I said from the beginning, is more rivers than river state and more delta than delta state. There are 27 estuaries in the Niger Delta. Out of the 27 estuaries, 14 of them are in Bayelsa. Meaning that our wealth is in the Atlantic. And so our efforts at just after YENAGOA The whole to the Atlantic is all swamp. It's like you are only going to be driving as if you are in a Third Milan Bridge. Government is taking road to the Atlantic. And we are in a hurry to get that done. First, to look at the businesses in the East. Secondly, for the oil industry offshore Bayelsa. In the central Niger Delta, we have Bayelsa territory hosts, or better use, houses the biggest oil facilities in Nigeria. From Egina to Agbami to Bunga, Anyala and Madu, and there are very many up there. And do you know what happened to us? We have all these facilities and we don't enjoy them. Why don't we enjoy them? Because as a state, we have not sufficiently created that leverage to attract this industry to us, because we've not had a road to the Atlantic. Now, and I'll give you an example. Currently offshore Bayelsa, there are about 77 vessels offshore Bayelsa as we speak today, working in the oil industry. Now, of this number, a particular percentage lives from Onne in Rivers State. The others live from Warri in Delta, and of course Lagos. If we are even able to attract 60% of these vessels living from Bayelsa territory, there is already a very big multiplier effect. Now, our people are not in this business. Some of these vessels are going for $22,000 a day. One day. And when the business is far from you, you don't understand it. But if you see it every day, then you will strive to start having can we go in this direction? And that is what informed the governor from moving the road to Brass. The road to Brass is about 45 kilometers. This 45-kilometer road, Bayelsa State government has taken half of it. Thanks to Mr. President, we have also been given, he has also taken the other part from Brass to linking up with where Bayelsa is going to terminate. As I speak, the federal government component of the road, they are having 4 dredgers dredging every single day to get that road completed. For the one Bayelsa State has taken, the sand filling is completed, the river cross, the bridges on the various rivers is ongoing. Now, if we are able to get this to Brass, and I bet you, unfortunately for the people from Brass Island, they are going to sell all their land, because there will be more reason to sell, because economic value is coming to the place. And let me tell you, now, for one vessel to move from Onne to the faraway boy in Bonny, the fastest vessel will take you 3 hours. From Bonny to the from Onne to the faraway boy will take you 3 hours before they will sail to Bayelsa territory to work. From Brass to the mouth of the Atlantic Ocean is 30 minutes, not more. Simple economics. All these vessels will be moving from Bayelsa territory. Is it not? Now, for those of them that are living from Warri, the fastest vessel will take you 8 hours. Will take you 8 hours to Areton, to Escravos, before you sail to Bayelsa territory. The implication is that no single vessel that is working offshore Bayelsa, and in short, in the offshore oil industry, will be living from elsewhere if we develop brass. And that is deliberate we are doing. And that is the reason why we want to hit brass. And King Spiff, our king, already has a runway in brass when he was governor. So for a crew change to take place, offshore Bayelsa, they all fly from Air Force Base in Port Harcourt. From Air Force Base to the farthest oil facility is about 1 hour 30 minutes by chopper. From Brass to the farthest oil facility is 35 minutes. So, Bristol helicopter, all of them will have hangars in Brass and will be flying from Brass. And if they all fly from Brass, the implication is that we will have Marriott Hotel. When the weather is bad, the white men will sleep, the crew will sleep, meaning that the best hotels will be in Brass. And so we are actually in a hurry to hit the Atlantic. And once we hit the Atlantic, from the point of a taxman, our internally generated revenue will what? Will double or increase. So these are deliberate efforts of government. And of course, you know that we are also working towards Agay for the Agay Deep Sea Port. What do we want to achieve with the Agay Deep Sea Port? I can conveniently say that 60% of all exports into Lagos are coming from the east. If they are coming from the east, Onne is not very functional, and the reason is very close. If you get to the faraway boy, you need to be escorted down the channel, down to Onne, increasing the cost of exports or imports. But if we are taking it from Agay, Agay is by the Atlantic Ocean, you do not need escort. So, if we are exporting through Agay, the cost of your goods will definitely come down. So, we are producing that, and we are very sure that once the road also hit Agay from that axis, we are going to have that road through Elemembri down straight to Onitsha. So we boycott Imo State towards Onitsha because there is a road already there. That is going to be the way to capture the market from the east. And so we are very deliberate and intentional. When your back is on the ground, you need to be very innovative. And that is what we are doing as a government. On behalf of the governor and the good people of Bayelsa State, we want to thank all of you for coming. The most important thing is keep learning. If you can hear the story of this wonderful man here, you know that yours is not the worst. You can take a cue and grow from strength to strength. Thank you very much, and well done.
Thank you very much. Professor Nimbofa Ayawe, Secretary to State Government, representing His Excellency Distinguished Senator Doye Jiri, Governor of Bayelsa State. Another round of applause for him, please. Can we have Big Eye Comedy, please? Big Eye Comedy for 5 minutes so we can move to the next part. All right. Can we get the microphones? Thank you.
Chief, come on for that place. No, Mr. Baltino. I'll do it from tomorrow. Hey, Chief.
Oh?
Chief, you didn't see him?
I didn't see him.
Ah.
Tomorrow,
yes.
So all these people now they find interpret this thing, Sean.
It had this thing. They come, they do interlock.
Yes, what are your putting no go apply?
I put apply now. Put apply, very useless boy. Yeah, you know the time my business I put on for this thing, inheritance.
Yes.
Nest of kin.
Yeah.
So I tell her make him go learn this work first. before you go fit take up. Like this is like the talks after I go come out for graduate with the result, you go bring up come.
So you go bring the result come?
Yes.
Tell me why no tell that.
You know
but you know that of begin no get sense. Bring self that of begin we no get. Tell her begin when I set up say write letter, go give that my wife for name payment.
Yes.
This is we write letter, go the girl send me divorce letter.
Waiting.
No, the student that of begin no ship. I'm going to tell you something now.
I depend you because you know get begin we get brain now.
What did you want for her now?
As I come now and give me now this interpretation. Bayelsa mega interpretation for business. She will not say you don't go to school, you don't go fit no way to inside.
And they see business joystick submission this thing.
You mumu. Where the joystick wait in that place? No come out for elementary 2, no grade.
So you went go school read that make I hear what it is.
I go read that. Well I'm first, make I draw my spectacle.
So I say they see anything inside. She see what they write for this first village.
What in be that?
Say tipper we carry sand when they drive come lose brake. As they lose the brake now he drive full brake. Inside FMC mortuary 14 dead body die. Why not they shout now?
It no even end for that place as yeah. For this side the talk say one of the dead body they complain bitterly. Say the tipper jamming POS thing come out. See how now.
Say I want you to transfer. See look for this down when they ride. Jesus Christ.
Waiting.
See if this empowerment something and to do something. No.
It is Siam.
And they look at the Siam. See for here when they talk. Bayelsa United have plans to sign Cristiano Ronaldo. Why not they say I'm not true? I go feel it better in this book.
She realize you know Siam. She no be waiting them right now. Them say Bayelsa United have plans to sign Keleshugu Romanos.
Okay, now Keleshugu Romanos.
Yes now.
You know that I don't go to Hulula. How did it look like Ronaldo's now?
The line SS Garden and the Cosa. See if I'm good to the other place. See this one with them right here. See, every time I notice see clear.
People like saying that me know they will see clear. See for here. Them talk say. Okay, sir. They say one boy from a Cremon's have selling papas, carrying money, giving girlfriend to go do yan. See, I know they see I'm clear. Now another thing that they read though.
Now him better. Now waiting you read better now.
Read them complete.
See, I know they see the things.
Read now. Let me say you go by elementary 5, me elementary 2 now.
No, they start for me the crazy. Me will come out for graduate 14 times. This time is small pick.
One brain serving no card.
No start for me. Now because I don't drink, I know they see clear. I will have take.
Like
I don't feel read that.
Like Papa like begin. Nothing in a sabi. Useless as I say. Say the boy carry the money, giving girlfriend and go 2 years. 2 pounds at them for banquet hall, press the years bar. See how that?
Waiting the
see the period don't come.
Willie, are you don't come? Papa don't come. Oh. Papa, me I tell you say for this life, mommy go make you proud. Papa, school don't close now. I don't carry my certificate come.
You don't carry a certificate?
I carry my certificate come. Oh. Papa, uncle, make I shock you.
No shock me a bag. Shift, they bring an electric channel. We are there for far the shock come.
Papa?
Yes.
You know that my friend now?
Which one?
That one now. Which the one with the thief?
I've been at the one when leg no good. Which one?
Do Marcos Matuka, that my friend.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. He fail now.
She never be that man when they told to take 1 ton and they make $500 million.
Yes.
You sure said that you be the kid?
Papa, bless say uncle no, you don't believe me. Uncle make I shock you now.
Oh, see if you're picking an electrician.
No worry, no sugar. We never get money for burial. Uncle, never sugar. Yeah. You know that's your sister picking.
Yeah, and then which one?
Living news.
Yes.
In fact, waiting the turn.
When the living news, when mama they come canoe for one side, papa they serve juju.
In fact now. That in fail now. If my parents say in fail.
See, sir.
Yes. Now this one, papa, this one will shock you.
Shock your father killing now. Now no one at the 200 things. Shift no shift though.
You know Tare.
Yes.
Tare, Timmy.
Yes. The one who sells generator for sauce.
You fail.
Wait. If all these your friends there when they call fail, that means there is a tendency that you fail. Because there is a saying that says, show me your friend and I will tell you who you were.
Uncle, and they like this way they do.
Show me your certificate. Bring your certificate. Bring the certificate. Make I see out. See if that's what my parents have been doing, but I don't really fall because I'm very, very stupid. I mean, intelligent.
Normally your parents are mumu now, so no worry.
See if I look at my go tell you waiting to inside.
Every time, Uncle will do as if now you know pass.
See if this one whether they see 200,000 for that book.
A chief.
Yes.
A chief.
Yes.
I want to see something.
What did happen, chief?
Chief. Your piggy don't kill you.
What did they talk?
Your piggy don't kill you.
Willie.
Your piggy don't kill you. Chief.
What did happen now?
See, your piggy get mine. They owe English credit.
What did they talk?
They owe economics credit. Chief, your piggy even see okay. God said your piggy they owe credit.
Willie.
Papa,
now what did I say to go school, go to bit hard?
Papa, this one a certificate credit now.
Passion of your body, don't know the certificate credit I was pan.
Papa, this certificate credit is a good grade though.
Good grade for wedding. It's you. It's you. If I don't leave that, this one go to pay.
Wait.
It's shame.
Yes.
It's shame.
Yes.
How many times I call you?
2 times or 3 times.
Shame survive your mouth, it's shame.
Yeah.
Wait till the track. If this application don't go, government.
Willie, my chest.
Papa,
come hold my chest. See how my chest they do booger.
Papa, this is not certificate credit though.
Certificate credit, I go to head to the Tabarasi.
See, I want to pay.
I want to pay.
Prosperity, government, go feel go pay.
You will pay the credit.
Papa,
Willie,
Papa,
shut up about for that pellet. Papa, for what? Now you go pay that credit though. You go pay that credit. I said to pay you go school, you go park credit, come give me. You don't get conscience. I don't give you money, but you take go for that school in the credit.
Papa, this is not certificate credit, man.
Certificate credit.
Willie,
you go park credit, come give this my brother, my own credit. She my own credit self, Shino. Fine side. Don't tell like that.
I go fly miles or serve God. So this is why I put. She will be fine.
I go trust you.
Willie.
Papa,
you go come out from my house.
Papa, we can't talk with that one now, Papa.
You will leave my house.
Papa, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
You don't go anywhere for what? So you go tell my house, oh, that guy big credit, I won't take pay up. You go leave my house.
Papa, make I tell you something. Hold on too much. Make I tell you something.
Talk now.
This one, na my father's house, because that is my father. This one, na my father's house are dead. So make you go on Papa's house. Go on Papa's house. I don't go anywhere.
What did they talk about? Wait. Says that Mumu just a sebella rotten face. You know, correct. You see this house not my Papa's house. Me, I never build a house. Yes. So now you go find somewhere when you go sleep.
Yes, sir.
Go find on that pretty sleep. Leave my Papa's house for me.
This one that she father
house. Papa can't have.
Papa, is it my Papa?
I be your Papa. I can't have.
So
come on, go and sleep on that pretty sleep. They talk me still. I go maza pologozo. Come up for this place. 1, 2, 3. Before I show you what I learned for China. You know, curious. Shame.
Now you cause all this though.
Shiva, take call.
Today you don't read that paper now for no go our governor.
Shiva, don't know.
Now you cause them.
Now waiting them run for the fabricate now they read for you now.
I am move.
For what again?
Move before I master you put for a roommate.
Oh, Shabala Caesar.
I don't tell you.
Thank you. Big Eye Comedy. Unique way of telling stories and making people laugh. Please appreciate them again. We're moving now to the next presentation. I believe media is on standby. Media, please. I need the introductory video for Professor Joseph Akigbe, Professor of Management Entrepreneurship. Please, a round of applause for Prof. The moment the introductory video is done, he'll be coming up here to speak.
Professor Omonkanlen Joseph Akigbe is a seasoned academic, entrepreneurship expert, and innovation advocate. He currently serves as Professor Omonkanlen Joseph Akigbe is a seasoned academic, entrepreneurship expert, and innovation advocate. He currently serves as the Director of the School of General Studies and Professor of Management at the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. A distinguished scholar and committed patriot, Professor Akigbe is widely recognized for his passion for entrepreneurship training, business innovation, and nation building. With over 2 decades of professional and academic experience, he has made outstanding contributions to higher education and national development through teaching, research, academic leadership, capacity building, and consultancy. Between 2018 and 2020, he served with distinction as head of the Department of Management at the University of Port Harcourt. His academic journey spans through notable Nigerian public universities: Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki, 2004 to 2005; Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, 2006 to 2012; University of Port Harcourt, 2012 till present. In addition, he served as an adjunct associate professor at Edwin Clark University, Kiagbodo, Delta State, 2016 to 2018. A passionate advocate for youth empowerment, innovation, and enterprise development, Professor Akigbe continues to inspire and mentor the next generation of entrepreneurs and leaders. Today, we proudly recognize Professor Omonkanlen Joseph Akigbe for his exceptional scholarship, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to advancing entrepreneurship and innovation he brings to the Bayelsa Mega Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summits. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Omonkanlen Joseph Akigbe.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, because of time, permit me to stand on already established protocol. Please, I'll be going straight to my sub-theme titled Driving Bayelsa Future with Innovation-Driven Entrepreneurship. Yes, with the documentary we actually watched today of the government of Bayelsa State, and with what our Bayelsa entrepreneurship mama is doing, Mrs. Charity Kens Godwin, the technical advisor to the governor on entrepreneurship development, it is actually obvious that Bayelsa State is not waiting for innovation to happen. There are deliberate efforts. Bayelsa is intentional in terms of building highways and laying the foundation for entrepreneurship and innovation. And available statistics also show
that Bayelsa, in terms of entrepreneurships, since the session of this government, are not doing bad. According to a report by Faith Foundation, between the year 2022 to 2024, Bayelsa as a state in the area of entrepreneurship have actually showed consistency. In the year 2022, Bayelsa came at 6th position out of 37 states in Nigeria, including FCT. In the year 2023, 5th out of 37. And in the year 2024, Bayelsa also came out 6th out of 37. And the report for the year 2025 will be available November 2025. And if you look at the data that is available before us, it shows that the 5 states before Bayelsa are not doing better than Bayelsa. Because the number 1 on the table, Anambra State, came out 31st out of 31 out of 37 in 2022. 21 out of 37, 2023. Ebonyi State, 23rd out of 37, 2023. And joined first in 2024. And if you look at Kogi State, 35 out of 37, 2023. Then Kwara State, 25, 2022. In the year 2023, 14. Oyo State, 17, 2023. Among the top 6, Bayelsa is the only state for over 3 years that have actually shown consistency by maintaining almost the same position, 6th in 2022, 5th in 2023, and 6th in 2024. And this is in agreement with what the governor representative said, the secretary to the state government, that what Bayelsa is doing in the area of development, they are doing it intentionally, that it is deliberate effort. If we also go further, we discover that in the next table, in the area of innovation and digital technology, Bayelsa State, based on the report by Faith Foundation, Bayelsa State have what we call 74% in the area of innovation. With these preambles, it is obvious that Bayelsa is not just discussing entrepreneurship and innovation. Bayelsa as a state is doing everything humanly possible to shape the futures of Bayelsa. And I'm happy that the futures of Bayelsa, that the Bayelsa is working on today, it is the future of Bayelsa that will be driven by local innovators and local entrepreneurs. And that is why in this summit today, we have great Bayelsa's entrepreneurs and businessmen and women here today, in line with the governor vision, the government of Bayelsa. But I want us to know that innovation is a serious business, because innovation is the engine room to job creation. Innovation is the engine room to wealth creation. And innovation also boosts economic development and growth. When it comes to innovation, it is more than just starting a business. And that is why today we want entrepreneurs and innovators that are here to sustain the momentum, that when it comes to entrepreneurship, we must know what it takes to be innovative, and we must know what it takes to be creative. And that's why when we are discussing the perspective on entrepreneurship and innovation, we'll be looking at creativity. Because creativity is what makes entrepreneurship, is the foundation. And that is why when we are discussing entrepreneurship or we are discussing innovation, we look at creativity. Creativity is what you need. We've listened to the story of Dr. Maduka, the man who started with 200 naira. And 200 naira was just nothing. What happened was creativity, which is idea. And when we are discussing creativity, we are looking at how you as an entrepreneur, how you as a business person will be able to come up with idea. And when we go, idea alone is not enough for you to turn around the world. Because you can have 1,001 idea. If you are not able to practice it, it amounts to nothing. And that is why when we talk about innovation, innovation is a practice where you are able to bring your idea into reality in terms of creating new things and doing new things. And that is why we want you to understand that for you to succeed in what you do, you must learn to be creative and innovative. And today, we are discussing innovation here today, and we are discussing that for you to be visible in your business, for you to be visible in whatever you do in life, what you need is creativity. And that's why we are going to go further to look at what it takes for you to be creative. And when we said you should be creative as an entrepreneur, we mean that as individual, as a business person, we must learn. You must learn to think and act like an entrepreneur. And for you to think and act like an entrepreneur, you must change your thinking faculty. You must have entrepreneurial mind reset. You must have entrepreneurial mindset. You must change your thinking faculty. And that is why for you to be successful as an individual, you must learn to challenge the status quo. Entrepreneurs, from sociological perspective, are people who are deviant. Deviant in the sense that they go against acceptable way of doing things. The norms, they defy the norms. And in terms of defying the norms, they introduce new and better way of getting things done. And if you must think and act like an entrepreneur that you are, you must learn how to replace a dated system. You must learn how to change the system that is not working. And what makes one succeed as an entrepreneur is the ability to do things in an efficient and effective way. And that is why the man we regarded today as the father of innovation, Joseph Schumpeter, far back in 1934, he used, when he gave us an illustration of who an entrepreneur is, he said that an entrepreneur is an innovator. He went further to say, as an entrepreneur is a person that involved in creative destruction. And for you to be an entrepreneur, that means you must go against old way of doing things that is archaic and introduce new and better way of doing things. Another thing I also want you to understand is that entrepreneurs are agents of change. They are the one who transform our life, they are the one who transform our environment, and they are the one who transform society. And that is why, now that you are an entrepreneur, you must learn what it takes to actually be an agent of change. And I want you to also understand, as part of agent of change, that is why we always refer entrepreneurship as an economic process. Entrepreneurship as an economic process, what it means is that as an individual, because when we define entrepreneurship, we are looking at the process of creating organization. The individual who create that organization are the one we regarded as entrepreneur. And these entrepreneurs are people who started with nothing. We have listened to the story of a man that started with 200 naira. That was nothing. But what makes him a successful man today was the idea he conceived before he even started. And he worked on that idea, and he was able to use that idea to turn around his business. You don't need money. It is not money that makes you who you are. all you need to have is idea. Ability to conceive idea and utilize that idea. Having idea is one thing. Entrepreneurship is practice. Entrepreneurship is not theory. You must do something. And we have listened to their success story. But because of time, they were not able to tell us other areas of life where they were not able to get it right in business. There were so many challenges they also encountered. But because of persistence, they were able to overcome. Please, as an entrepreneur, you must learn how to spot or identify opportunity. And when you identify opportunity, you leverage on that opportunity. As an entrepreneur, you must know how to manage your resources. Resources management. And that's why we talk about entrepreneurial management. Playing an entrepreneurial role is good. When you are creative, you are innovative. That is entrepreneurial role. But management role is also important. Ability to grow and expand your business. We have listened to successful entrepreneurs. How issue of integrity, issue of trust, issue of credibility, issue of character. And these are the things you need, not money. Many times we're always interested in getting government facility, low. But we are in a state where we have history of where people don't pay back loan. When you give loan, that borders on integrity, that borders on character. Even Bank of Industry, they say they are ready to give out money, but it is not free. When you pay back, you build more trust. And when you pay the one they've given back to you, that is issue of integrity and that is issue of character. And that is what you need most time, not just money. As an entrepreneur, you must learn to be creative, you must learn to be proactive, and you must also have what we call strong work ethics. Another perspective of an entrepreneur that I want us to understand, that I've mentioned before, that entrepreneurs are creative destroyers. What makes them creative destroyer is that they go against old way of doing things. We listen to a man that talks about television. Now today, we look at issue of streaming. Many of us through our phone, we can watch different programs, we can watch different things, and people who conceive that idea, they use that idea to replace the inefficiency associated with television. And that is, as an entrepreneur, you must think of what is going on bad in your immediate environment. You must look at things from another perspective. You must not believe every assumption. You must make sure that the impossible is possible. Before now, we were told that it takes miracle and faith to walk on the water. But today, you can walk on the water. All it costs you is $80,000. People are walking on the water. People conceive an idea, scientists. They defy the assumption that man cannot walk on water. And what were they doing? They were thinking about what they can invent, what they can bring on board to make it possible for people to walk on water. As of today, there is a breakthrough. All you need to walk on water is to buy a shoe with $80,000. You start walking on water like Jesus Christ. You don't need to make heaven before you can walk on water. But this is idea. Anything they've told you is not possible, it is possible. If we cannot walk on water, it means that everything is possible. And that is how an entrepreneur should think. And entrepreneurs are deviants. What it means is that they are not criminal, they are not bad boys. They go against the norms. They cannot accept old way. Everybody accepted that old way of doing things. They go against it. In the process of going against it, they come up with a better option that will make their lives better and that will make the life of society better. As an entrepreneur, you must learn to create value. You must learn to create value. We talked about creative, constructive deviance. Before now, we know what we experience with traditional banking system. But people, those with financial technology, they come up with an alternative that will make banking inclusive. Before now, government want to transfer loan to entrepreneur, to businessmen. They will tell you, you must have bank account. And the process of getting bank account is tedious. Even today, you have a problem, you decide not to use your bank for about a year, is dormant. When you go to bank, they still request for houses where we no longer use NEPA bill. And the process that's supposed not to take up to 10 minutes, 1 week, you will not be able to reactivate your account. But what do? How do people break that old way? That is why you have so many money points, OPay, financial technology. They leverage on inefficiency that was associated with the traditional banking system. Our mother in the villages today, they have bank accounts. Everybody today with their phone, they have bank account. But it would have not been possible if not people who actually dismantle the inefficiency associated with the traditional banking. And even when they are trained, the banking of today are still not ready to change. You must watch out for those things. You must think of how you can also be a change agent. As an entrepreneur, we want you to understand that entrepreneurs are employers. They are employers, they are masters, and what it means is that if you want to create wealth, if you want to be successful in life, the story is simple. Start thinking of how you can be an employer of labor. If you want to be poor, very poor, pray to be an employee only. Don't do any other thing. That is the secret way to be poor. But when you are successful, those people who are successful today are people who are able to create business for themselves and others. An entrepreneur owns capital. He is a capitalist. And that is why an entrepreneur today, he creates wealth for himself and others. An entrepreneur embraces innovation. And an entrepreneur is not a business person. You must learn to be creative. You must learn to be innovative. You must learn to do things in a new way. And that is what gives you visibility. Even as an employee, if you are not creative, you will not be visible. Entrepreneurship, Bayelsa Entrepreneurship Mama, she is not the only special advisor, technical advisor to the governor. But because she is creative, what she is doing is visible. Everybody is aware that she is a creative person. And that is what makes difference between her office and every other office. And you don't need to wait. All you need to do is to be creative as individual. We have mentioned it. You must learn to be creative. You must focus on doing that. As an entrepreneur, you must know that you must learn to innovate. And that's why when we talk about business innovation, we are looking at the process of introducing new idea, method, or product to the market in order to create value. As an entrepreneur, you must develop new product or you must improve on the product you have already. If you are rendering a service, you must not remain doing the same thing over the years. You must be, and let there be changes. Let everything be new once upon it, and from time to time. The process, we talk about process innovation as type of innovation. We must learn to improve on our production method. Even when it comes to delivery method, service delivery, we must also learn to improve on it by introducing new ways of doing things. And when it comes to service, we must ensure that our customer, they get value for their service. We must get their feedback. We must listen to their complaint. We must ensure that it is the customer that determines our stay in a business. And that's why we always said that customers are the king. Customers are always right. Even when we know that many at times they are not always right. But the essence is that they are the one who spend the money. And those who spend the money, you must ensure they get satisfaction. And that satisfaction is part of the value they need from you. And many a times, you must learn how to manage your customer relationship with your customer. They need solution to their problem. And you must seem to be doing that. Even when you don't have solution to their problem, you must think of empathy. How you can identify with them to find solution to what they actually need. And when you are able to do that, you are able to give your customer satisfaction. How you talk to your customer, even on call, it goes a long way to determine your relationship. And that you must be conscious about your relationship, the service you render. You must learn to be innovative. In terms of marketing, but what we want you to understand, as an entrepreneur, how do we foster innovation in our business places? We say, number one, we must learn to encourage creativity. We must learn to, at least, to learn to innovate. And when we have people who work under us that are creative, that are innovative, we must also learn to reward their efforts. We must learn to also commend people. But what do? We always condemn people for not doing the right thing. And if you have an employee, he gets it wrong once a month, you attack, you condemn. The other day there is no complaint for you. It means that the employee was on right track. How many times do we commend our workers? Commendation, simple compliments, praise, acknowledgement, and recognition is a way of commending a deserving person for a job well done. And we must create a culture that will allow people to learn, that will enable people to take risks. We said entrepreneurs are risk takers. That does not mean entrepreneurs are gamblers. Those of you that are into Bet Naija, those of you that are into MMM, you are not an entrepreneur. You are a gambler. Entrepreneurs take calculated risk. And you must learn to take calculated risk. An entrepreneur is not scared of risk because as part of entrepreneurship process, you learn from failure. But we have seen it that when you start small, you cannot learn in a hard way. We have listened to Dr. Maduke when he said many entrepreneurs start with big capital. They learn in a hard way. How do they learn in a hard way? Because when you bring big capital to start a business, when you fail, it will take time for you to bounce back again. That is learning in a hard way. But when you start small, you have financial discipline. You limit what you can do. And when you start at that humble beginning, you can still bounce back again. And that is why if you listen to the story of successful entrepreneurs, when they started at the humble beginning, they failed time without number. But they never accepted it as a failure. They see it as a way of making provision for their future. And that is why it's always good to start small so that you don't learn in a hard way. And these are some of the things, and I want us to understand. So I will ask, why are we here today? Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit. Why it actually matters today. It matters today because Bayelsa government is doing everything humanly possible to empower the citizen. Bayelsa government, from the documentary, we were able to see de-risking acquisition, and it shows that Bayelsa government is bothered about the citizen. And that is why we are interested. This Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit today is very important because it will be able to bring out more entrepreneurs and innovators in Bayelsa. And when we are discussing the future of Bayelsa, when we are discussing the prosperity of Bayelsa, it is in the hands of the entrepreneurs that are here today. Those who are willing to take risks and build new business and venture are the one that are part of Bayelsa future. And that's why today we are discussing the future of Bayelsa. As part of innovation, we want you to understand that entrepreneurial thinking is good. You must learn to think like an entrepreneur. And we also want you to understand, as part of entrepreneurial thinking, there must be a mindset shift. That's why we talk about entrepreneurial thinking in terms of mind reset. As an entrepreneur, you must move from limitation to possibility. There are so many things that is possible. As an entrepreneur, you must learn to move from fear of failure. Many are not ready to venture, but because they are afraid of not succeeding. And that is why today, our parents, our forefathers, when Maduke and Co started business, they were afraid to take risk. And that is why today, many of us today are born into civil servant family. I want you to know that there is no rich man in any civil servant family. And if you want to fight poverty in your lineage, you must learn to go entrepreneurial. And those are the people who can fight poverty. And that's why I want you to understand, you must not be scared of failure. Move from fear of failure to learning through failure. But you must not learn in a hard way. We must move from following instruction to creating value. We must move from employee thinking mentality to ownership mentality. We must move from submitting CV, job seeking mentality to job creator. How we can be an employer of labor. If you are an employee, you are still a poor person. But if you are an entrepreneur, you are in the lineage of, you are in the process of becoming rich. And not just rich, you become super rich. And these are the story of an entrepreneur. You must not have that job-seeking mentality. As an entrepreneur, you must learn to move from your comfort zone to embrace uncertainty. Many of you, at the age of 40, you are still living with your parents. At the age of 45, your parents still give you money every month. And you are not afraid to leave your father's house and go out and create life for yourself. You are a graduate. 10 years after graduation, you are still a body to your parents. If your parents don't give you money, you cannot survive. No, you must leave your comfort zone. It's either you go to the street and become homeless so that you can think. You cannot think when your father still pay, your parents still pay your bill. You cannot think. And that is why you are still a dependent at the age of 50. After this summit, I challenge you to leave your comfort zone. Face the challenge outside and embrace uncertainty. And at the end of the day, you will see success story. As an entrepreneur, we must move from blaming others. You are not poor. You are not who you are because of who your parents were. Your parents are not the cause of your problem. Nobody is the cause of your problem. Stop blaming your mother and your father. They are not the one. They've done their best by giving birth to you. And that is the best they owe you. Your destiny is in your hands. It is not your parents' hands. It's not your mother's hands. It's not in your father's hands. And that is why you must move from blaming your father and your mother for your condition and take responsibility. And the responsibility I expect you to take is to confront the challenge of life. Is to move out of your comfort zone and face uncertainty. Entrepreneurial activities is full of uncertainty. These are some of the things I want to challenge you. You must learn to move from rules. If you are an employee, you don't follow bureaucracy. You don't follow rules. An entrepreneur bends the rule. They break the rules in order to make life better. And you must learn to go outside the rules, not just to become a bad guy, no, to make life better. These are some of the things I want you to know We have the pillars of innovation driven. Human capital is important. Human capital. Your talent, your skill. When we talk about human capital, your experience. Many of you go into business or things you know nothing about. You can't go far. For you to be successful in everything, you must acquire little knowledge about that trade. Or else, you will not be successful. Having a PhD or a professor of business administration does not make you a successful business person. And that is why you must learn it. The only difference between you and the Igba boys is that those people who serve their master, they can use 7 years. But you that is a graduate, an educated person, 3 months is enough for you to understudy somebody and start. Don't go into any business without having the knowledge, the skill, and the ability. Experience matter. You must understudy someone before you start so that you don't waste your money. These are some of the things, and I also want you to understand that capital is very important, access to capital. But how do you have money? Please think of what you can do for yourself. We have listened that banks will not give you money when you are starting. But when you become successful, bank will start begging you to come and access money. You must think of what you call entrepreneurship bootstrapping, where you can depend on your own personal money. When you have integrity, we have listened to Dr. Maduka, how they supply goods. That is because of he's not spending his money based on trust, based on integrity. He can get goods for producer. He sells and refund money within 120 days. And he has never. If he tells China people, continue to be consistent. No
Hello.
They were in a state since 1999 when government give us little stipend as low. We see it as our own share from the national cake. What do? We don't pay back. How do you not build in trust? If you cannot pay those things government gives to you, how can private person gives you money for you to pay back? You must learn to build trust. So those are some of the things. They said my time is up. Now, Bayelsa is also doing well in the area of innovation, in the area of e-commerce, entrepreneurship program, in the area of organizing summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are watching on the screen is the Bayelsa State Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit happening right now at the DSP Alamese Banquet Hall in Government House. Just wait a bit here in Government House. And this program is organized by Mrs. Charity Kebs, the technical advisor to the governor on entrepreneurship. We are still in our live broadcast, outside broadcast, live broadcast. We've given you the information about the innovation summit happening right now in at the state banquet hall in YENAGOA. We'll be giving you every information you need as we progress. This is Naija LIVETV, bringing you Africa.
These are some of the things I want you to understand. But the way forward, learn to start smart. It is very important. You must know how to overcome challenge. You must know how to motivate others. As part of concluding remarks. Hello? Prince, I want you to understand as I conclude. Entrepreneurship is for everyone.
What you are watching is
not limited to background.
The Bayelsa State Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit. Wherever you are watching from, this is the Bayelsa State Entrepreneurship and Innovative Summit organized by the Office of the Technical Advisor to the Governor on Entrepreneurship Development, Mrs. Charity Kebs. This crowd you are seeing They are all Bayelsans. There are panelists that have spoken very well for the day. We'll be giving you bit-to-bit information about the innovation. Just right before, after this now, we'll be going for a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue with the Bayelsa State Entrepreneurship and Innovative Summit. This program is happening live at the State Banquet Hall in YENAGOA.
And remember that God gave you management. Whatever business you have, God wants you to manage it. It is not ownership. If you mismanage, God can take that business away from you. And that is why you must pay attention to management of the business in your disposal. If you mismanage, God owns ownership. God can take that business away from you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Professor Joseph Akibe. All right, media, we'd like the introductory message for Professor Ife Hakot Wokocha, KPO, KSJ, FNIM, PAPSEN, MTAM, Mion JP, and is from the Department of Entrepreneurship and Marketing. Can we have the introductory message? Thank you.
Professor Ife Hakot Wokocha is a distinguished academic and management expert with over 3 decades of experience in operations and production management as well as entrepreneurship. He's currently a professor of operations production management in the Faculty of Management Sciences at the Federal University Utueke, Bayelsa State. His areas of expertise include operations research, entrepreneurship, and management. He has authored and co-authored several books and published extensively in national and international scholarly journals. A fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management Chartered and the Academy of Management Nigeria, Professor Wokocha also holds professional recognitions from various management and entrepreneurship bodies in the country. He served as head of the Department of Entrepreneurship and Marketing at the Federal University Utueke 2020 to 2024, where he provided visionary leadership and promoted innovation in teaching and research. He delivered his inaugural lecture in April 2024 on quantum value analysis in operations management. Before joining the Federal University Utueke, he was a chief lecturer at Port Harcourt Polytechnic, where he held several leadership positions beyond academia. Professor Wokocha is an accomplished community leader and the Knight of St. John the Apostle. He is happily married with children. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Ife Hakot Wokocha.
A round of applause for Professor Ife Hakot Wokocha as he comes to make his presentation.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long day, well spent. I stand on the already established protocol, but not only that, I want to use the opportunity to tell you that I'm a product of one of our respected king in this hall, and that is His Royal Majesty King Alfred Smith. I will not forget that he was the first military governor of Rivers State, and through him, most of us got to where we are today. I'm a professor. He made it possible. He laid the foundation and gave me scholarship. from secondary school to graduation, my master's. Sir, thank you very much and God bless you. My assignment today is very simple because all that has to be said has been said. So I'm just coming to give a summary of what has been said and to also add my message to it. When you talk of entrepreneurship, I want you to understand where it started. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form. And the Spirit of God hovers upon the waters and in the deeps. And darkness covered the earth. And God spoke, "Let there be light," and there was light. It was that light that is the Word of God. It was there in the beginning. It was with God and was God. And through Him, all that was created was created. And nothing will have been created without Him. And so, that was the story and the beginning of entrepreneurship. We have to reflect on that because we are all created in His image and likeness. Today, we are benefiting from the provisions and the favors of the Bayelsa state government. I use this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the technical advisor who made it possible that we all gathered here. The summary of what has happened here is that we need to create or build an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And that refers to a complex network of interconnected actors, institutions, resources, and cultural elements that collectively create an enabling environment for entrepreneurship to thrive. And that is what the government has just done for us. We are here to benefit from that because sustainability and government policies, regulatory frameworks, access, mentorship networks, infrastructure, market access, cultural attitude, risk and innovation, and social support systems.
Yes, these
are key.
Naija LIVETV live broadcast
provided
at the Chief
All we now need is to work in
BANQUET
to support this creation and growth and resilience of what
As you can see, this is the Bayelsa State Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit happening live
Nigeria's ecosystem faces
at the
challenges
CFDSP
like
Memorial
bureaucratic
Banquet Hall.
hurdles,
This program is organized by the
limited
technical
market
advisor to the
access,
governor
and
on
inadequate
entrepreneurship
entrepreneurial
and
support,
development, Mrs. Sarity,
which is
Kens
outside finance
Godwin.
and education.
This program
So,
is aimed at elevating
sustainable
small
entrepreneurial
business
ecosystem in
owners in
Nigeria
the
requires
state.
a holistic approach,
As we progress, Naija
which
LIVETV
we
will
are
be giving you
trying
updates
to build right now
on about the program.
to support structures tailored to local, social, economic, and environmental realities. This approach maximizes entrepreneurship's role in sustainable development by fostering innovation, economic growth, and ecological balance simultaneously. Back there in our university, we call it YENAGOA. If you understand, thank God. If you don't understand, come to the university and we'll tell you what it means. I'm very happy to be here because as I looked into the crowd, I saw many of my students that have passed through me in the entrepreneurial development education, and they are doing very well. If you want to be like them, come over. And I also want to let you know that this program today is to be certificated by the university. So registration has not ended. After this, the registration continues. At the end of the day, we collect from our website as you register with your particulars. And at the end of the day, we write a certificate and then inform you through your phone numbers to come and collect the certificates at the point you registered. This exercise is very crucial because tomorrow, when you carry this certificate to tell the world that you were here, you will not know the value until you do that. I'm saying it because I know what I'm enjoying by having all these certificates. Like somebody went into, just Google into the net, and what he saw baffled him. And like somebody said, lecturers are poor. No. And that was why the statement came that going to school is what? It's a scam. Contrary to that, I said no. It is good to go to school. If you go to school and you join, for instance, Road Transport Workers Union. I have friends that went to school, they're my colleagues, and they have joined Road Transport Workers Union. Some joined Motorcycle Riders Union. Do you know the benefit? When election comes, they want a president, it is you. And you know what it means to be the chairman of these local organizations. One of my friends, they give him loading just once a day. After classroom, he just drives down to the park. And as he enters, anybody loading stops. He enters. And he loses. Give him radio. And returns and sends the justice and collect all the monies and all the vehicles that loaded.
Put the earpiece on your ear. The other earpiece, so monitor earpiece on your ear.
True. That going to school is a scam.
If you can get your voice clearly,
I'm not a poor man.
Explain what is happening.
I'm a professor.
First of all, my name is John from the local government, Bayelsa State. Today we are having Bayelsa Entrepreneurship and Business Innovation Summit. That is what we are having, hosted by the Bayelsa State government through the Office of the Technical Advisor to the Governor on Entrepreneurship, Honorable Mrs. Charity K. Thank you.
we believe that January has been trying our best to bring new innovation to the Bayelsa business space. Like particularly this business summit. What do you think it can bring to the table, like the Bayelsa State Business platform?
Thank you,
What
sir.
is the benefit of Bayelsa and also participants that are attending this program?
Thank you. Before now, we Bayelsans are known for consumption and not production. In fact, it was publicly and renownedly said that Bayelsans don't know how to work; they only know how to eat. And I doubt it, because if we don't know how to work, how do we generate money to buy what we have been eating? And somebody came into the limelight, which is His Excellency Senator Dowodiri, governor. We call him Mr. Miracle. I came into the limelight and said, no, that is not true. Bayelsans are known for hard work. It's just that we have not started going into action. We have been talking a lot. So the governor went into action. And when he went into action, he started investing youths. Because for over time, they have been seeing us for our troubles and not our struggle. So the governor saw our struggle instead of our troubles as youth, and he invested youth massively and fixed us into entrepreneurship by giving us skills. And that skills over the time have been very positive. You know, when you go into field of farming and you see that this field is doing very well, you'll be encouraged to go into farming business more. And that encouraged the governor. Say, if this seed you planted in this youth, this capacity, because they started with about 800 at first, and they saw that this 800 did very well. Just like when Jesus said, some persons, a man went to sow a seed, and after sowing the seed, some fell on fertile ground. Thank God that Bayelsa seed fell on fertile ground, and the investment of the government is not going there. So over the times, they have been investing youth into skills, entrepreneurship, building our mindset, building our mentality, building us to be focused on the tomorrow vision by giving us skills. And it has been very positive. So they have not come up again with another mega program and said, okay, we have been investing skills into this youth. Let's try to integrate them so that they can access one or two empowerment and loans and grants, so that these guys can be empowered. In our areas, mostly in the south, especially Bayelsa in the south, we have been known for taking care of the nation. If you come to Bayelsa State, we hardly speak our languages. We speak English. But if you go to any part of this country, you see their own languages speaking even in their government, as well in their schools. But Bayelsa State has been known for hospitality. So even non-indigenous benefited from these programs. And over the time, since they have achieved this, they now brought up keynote entrepreneurs, giganote entrepreneurs. They brought in these giants to come and talk to us how they started. In fact, from the testimonies we heard, even innocent, he wasn't given anything. He started with faith, with courage, and with prayer. Backing, not giving up. He was courageous. Another person came up. Entrepreneur, the CEO, Chukuma, told us about how courage, character brought into this land life. And when customers deal with you and they see character, they will see that this guy has integrity. They will introduce other persons to you. And those persons being introduced to you through the customers, those are your customers, they are the God that God has sent to you. So that is why they have brought this program to build our mindset. Not to be scheming, not to be psyching in our fields of business. I am a businessman. I produce paint. I produce all kinds of paint. I was trained in Bayelsa State. Are you part of the Doyedri skills? This man is talking to you.
Which year were you trained?
2021.
We're
in my department, we are over 1,000. But I can assure you that not over 1,000 graduated. Because, like I said, the man went to sow the seed. And of course of sowing the seed, some fell on thorns, some fell on fertile ground. The ones that fell on fertile ground are present here and they are doing very well in Bayelsa State. In fact, even in this program, you can see multitude came. They're not the multitude. We are talking about the courageous. So I was trained in the skill acquisition, without which I would have never tasted entrepreneurship. I would have just been street boy. Like Robert Noah, our leader, said he is a leader in the entrepreneurship field. He said he is known as a street boy. I'm known as a street boy, but a competent entrepreneur. But right now we are building our mindset again to be sharpened and focused, so that when God sends the customers to you, know that those customers are your connectors, they are your contacts. And contact brings money. So don't be tricky, don't be cheating them, don't be fraudulent. That is why this summit is being put together. This summit is not here, we are not learning skills here anymore. We have already been trained. We are a fertile soil. We are now trees. We were planted as seeds. We are now trees. Most of us, like myself, I can proud of over 10 youths that I've trained on my own. I'm from the local government. Go to the internet and find out. Through this program, I've been, through my skills, I've been able to travel to the city of Edo State, painting and producing paint. I go to Delta State. In fact, Delta State is like my kitchen and my parlor. I go there often. I've been to Osun State, Ife. If you go to Ife, find that Cameroon hotel. These are one of the best hotels being managed by white. Cameroon, only large hotels in Ife. I go there, I do paintings.
After the sorry for
No. I started from just my training. The knowledge I had, I was given. I started with the knowledge I was given, even before I was given startup apps. Before the state government was motivated again, say, wow, these guys are doing wonderfully well. Because he keeps seeing us on the internet. The internet, we do our jobs and we post. Never be registered with any small and no CSC, no SUD, nothing.
Since you are going to state by state, is it not much better enough to organize yourself and register a company so that as you can say you are training other people?
Yes, sir.
So is it not proper? Do you have plans to register a company so that you will be expanding to other states?
Some few weeks ago, I did that, and with still the help of the state government. The state government came up again, like I said earlier, it's motivation and encouragement. They motivated us and we encouraged them. You know, if they had motivated us and then we just disencouraged them, they would not have done it. And then they came up, they gave us starter pack. They saw that the starter packs, few of us sold it. But myself, if you come to my house today, my starter pack is making wave. I did not sell my starter pack. So those persons that did not sell the starter pack motivated the government again. They said, no, let's come up with this registration of business. So they have started registering us. Like myself, I'm registered now. But before now, I must confess the truth. Without doing skill acquisition, I was nobody. My family wrote me off because I was a student. But like I said, they only saw my struggle. They were not seeing my struggle. But they already saw my struggle instead of my struggle. They have started registering us. I'm well registered now with small scale and medium scale enterprises in Nigeria. All my CSC is ready. And right now, the state government again is moving on to start assessing us to loans and grants so that we can be more established and be stable so that we can carry the capacity for the future. Yes. Thank you, sir. Oh, your mic.
If you go to Saudi Arabia, they will be praying that we make an exchange. Let them come here. While we go to the desert, so that we appreciate what God has given us. We have a lot of potentials in the waters that we don't even need to talk about oil. If only we are ready to think. If only we are ready to sit back and ask ourselves, why did God keep us here? If you ask yourself that question, concept of thinking will change the ideas. I will give you more open. Your brain will open. Now, the analysis for those of us in academics, we have researched to find out that the brain capacity given to us, we've not been able to take 10% of it. So if you go and write an exam and you score 10%,
Did you pass? That is the question God will ask us at the end of the day. I gave you potentials. I gave you opportunities. I gave you your name. What do you do with it?
Okay, my name is Abi Stephen Eweya, but I'm popularly called the BBC's finest stabilizer.
Who is the partner where you play?
Yes, I was part of the shoemaking department. I doubled as I participated at the same time. I equally tutored most of the students. As you can see, I'm having my my cap here.
During the training, you are teaching other students.
Yes, I was.
Okay, tell us the benefit of this acquisition in your life.
Okay,
other participants know. Briefly.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to the governor for creating this platform for Bayelsans to be skilled. At the same time, this various skill acquisition has really helped so many persons because they are self-sufficient now. They are innovative. It creates a sense of belonging to them, and then they make money even while they have been trained. So the benefit is so enormous, and we equally want to thank Mrs. Ken Charity for providing this opportunity for Bayelsans to be trained. Most of us are skilled, and we are presenting Bayelsa in a positive light through this program. What we are having here today, called the Bayelsa Mega Entrepreneurship Business Innovation Summit, is one lofty idea that we have never seen in Bayelsa. You hear the speakers, they talk how they inspired us, and then they created that sense of we being creative, because the essence of doing anything special is for you to be very, very creative, and then the sky will be your limit, the money will come. Just be creative. Thank you very much.
One last question I want to know.
Okay.
Before you were trained, were you as a registered company before? And now, what is your fate? Do you have plans to register your company so that you can also as well train other people? How do you expand your business? What plan do you have, like in having a company of your own after this training?
Okay, a good question. Yes, for me as an individual, I have my own registered company, but with the help of this, I had to re-register. Have a double registered company now, and the platform was seamless. It helped every one of us to know that you must have a document to back this. So not just having the skill, but we were given the opportunity to have our CAC facilitated by the governor and the technical advisor to the governor on entrepreneurship, which is Dr. Mrs. Ken's Charity, and I think it was a lofty idea. I just want to say thank you to Ma for this that she has done, and then Bayelsa is going higher when it comes to production.
Give us advice for all the participants that have benefited in this program and others who have not benefited in the program. Can you give us advice?
Okay, my advice to youths of Bayelsa, and especially those that have been trained in this program, is that they should be very, very mean in taking this program very serious. Because if you have something and then you just need little effort for you to establish more, and then the sky becomes your limit. You know, you talked about persistence, resist, be creative and everything. So I'm using this medium to charge the Bayelsa youth right out there. We are strong people. Let's not channel our energy into positivity like what we're having here. So please, every department should go out, use the skill that they have acquired to do something great in their life. And then the money will come. The first set, this first is just like an introduction. The money will come. Let them continue to engage in the learnings, the things that they have been taught. Let them continue with it. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Why is it that when snake bites you people, you don't die? And they just showed them leaves, barks of trees, and they collected them and left. What they did with those things, if they tell you, you won't believe it. And the money they are making from it. So, Niger Delta, which is the second largest delta on planet Earth, has the highest concentration of monotypic fish families in the world. We are not harnessing it. The Yoruba tribe has the highest rate of twin births in the world. The place is called Ibo Ora, a little town in Oyo State. Has been nicknamed twin capital of the world because of its unusually high rate of twins that is put as high as 158 in every 1,000 births. Meanwhile, we are here complaining. Sarki Muhammad Kunta, the great of Kebbi, was the only ruler who resisted control by Songhai in West Africa's great empire at that time. He founded and ruled Hausa's city state of Kebbi around 1600 AD. The Anambra wax bill, a small bird of many beautiful colors, is found only in southern Nigeria and nowhere else in the earth. The world's fastest supercomputer was designed by a world-renowned inventor, scientist, Philip Emeagwali, a full-blown Nigerian whose patency was awarded in 2015. This means Nigeria has the patency to the world's fastest computer, and Nigerian is responsible. The designer of the famous car, Chevrolet Volt, was given by Jelani Aliyu, a super talented Nigerian from Sokoto State. In the US, Nigeria are the most educated immigrant community. Not just one of the most educated, but the most educated. 60% of Nigerians in the US have college degrees. This is far above the American national average of 30%. Nigeria was the first country to win gold medal for football in the Olympics. The national team has won the African Cup of Nations a total of 3 times for men and a total of 10 times for women. Currently, they are the champion. So far, so good. We cannot say we are doing badly. Based on that, I want to commend all of us that have come for this summit. I wish you the best. The organizers, my thumb is up. If you want to have dosage from us in the knowledge industry, you know where to see us, and we are waiting for you. The business school from Federal University of Tueke is already here, and we are going to do more. We are going to partner with you more. Just call us and give us the information of what you need, and we are ready to do it. For my students that are here, thank you very much for coming and for the support. My royal fathers, God bless you, and thank you very much.
Please, a better round of applause for Professor Ife Harcourt Nwokocha. Thank you so much, Professor. We'll now take a brief message from His Royal Majesty King Alfred Papa Priye Dietespif, Serie II, Amayanabar of Tuan Brass, First Military Governor of Old River State. He will talk from there. Please, can you move the microphone to him? He's not climbing up.
Sure.
For the certificates that Prof talked about, you're not getting it here today. you have to register at the Office of the Technical Advisor on Entrepreneurship Development so you can have your participation certificates.
It's on. It's on, Kimemia. One member of
One at the start, you can pick me from there. Sir, can I know your name, the department you are trained, and explain briefly the benefit of this Bayelsa State Business Innovation Summit as per the department you are trained? What is the benefit of this program?
Okay, first and foremost, my name is Nicholas Daumebi. I'm also one of the beneficiaries of this program. I was trained in paint production and also painting. It's a very wonderful experience. This part of the country where we have already been tagged as being lazy or without skill is a very good opportunity that we have a skill at this point in our time. And again, the importance of this very epoch-making event today is that it's an opportunity to sell us to the world. Today, we are recognized, registered entrepreneurs with our own businesses. I have a registered business name, and through this very feeling with Sweden, also with CSC. And so, beyond paint production too, this same registered business can also delve into every other businesses too. And so part of what is happening today is to sell us to the world that we have this kind of businesses and business owners here also that can be found in Bayelsa State, where we also give value back to society through service delivery. And most importantly, it is also an opportunity for us to have access to funding. Because as a registered business, and with this publication, and also this nurturing from experts, industrialists, we have been better placed to do our businesses, and also have funding too from financial institutions and also other donors by way of support to expand our businesses.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I want to know what is your advice for those who have not been trained, those who have been trained, those who have been given starter pack. What is your advice, most especially the beneficiaries of this training, as far as to make judicious use of the starter packs that have been given to them?
All right. Again, it's very important. It's not enough just to be trained. As it was all over the news, after our training, starter packs were given, and there were a lot of impression that a lot of these items given by way of starter packs are going to be sold. That's the biggest mistake to me, if anyone indulge in that. The starter packs, as part of what we have been taught here, is not money. What you need as an entrepreneur is the idea, and then encouragement by way of that starter packs to keep you going. Then from there you grow your business and you expand. And so to those that are found with the habit of selling starter packs, in fact they are not supposed to be entrepreneurs in the first place. They are not supposed to be entrepreneurs. Most of them came in the guise of wanting to have skill, just to have the starter packs so they can just sell them out, and they don't know the value of owning their own business, and that's why they put up the such act. And to many Bayelsa youth, because this program is targeted at empowering the youth of Bayelsa to own their businesses and not to rely on white collar jobs, which will take a lot of time before you can make little. And so to them that are still willing to have their own skills, the opportunities will still be there. Anytime you have one come your way, try as much as possible to own it very well and make sure that you learn your skill very well. And I promise you, you never lack food on your table.
Thank you very much.
For second year, they had 75, and I think the first year they had 87. You can see the trend for catering, for hairdressing, for other cosmeticals, this and that. You have a lot of people being volunteering to trade, but for the building, carpentry, welding, and all that. So we really have discovered now that we will need to give special scholarships to those areas to encourage young men and see the reason why they should be in the building industry. You see, this summit couldn't have been more timely than ever. It's just my minds thinking alike. We'll be compiling all this information, and there I'm told, in fact, I was told only yesterday that this summit was on, and I jumped to it this morning and was here by 9 o'clock, as you said. So actually I've been here. I didn't take my pills, I didn't take anything, I didn't take breakfast because of the importance. And I'm so delighted to see a full hall, people so enthusiastic, and to listen to the story of Maduka and the others. It is absolutely mind-blowing. And we're told by Professor Wokocha that, if we register, it will be credited to us as having attended Entrepreneurship Summit. We go all the way to Dubai or to South Africa only to get the same certificates. When we can get them right here, I will register. So to all of you who are wanting to be entrepreneurs, the Baba College will not only train you in the skill of your choice, and we have been working closely with the educational federal government approved skills. We also, if you don't know, ITC, International Industrial Training Fund, just put out a notice last month. They are taking people in all these various skills to train them from scratch, all for free. So if you did not, you better go and open that portal. I hope it's still open, to be trained in the various skills, from scaffolding to hairdressing to catering to welding, and every skill. There are about 26 of them. So we really need to train people and deploy them while we're training entrepreneurs individually and giving them starter packs. You see, the world has got to the stage where one man show. If that man is not well, the business is dead. We should be thinking of forming cooperatives. So Baba, in his knowledge and experience, have said that, look, out of the 3,500 persons we train, we should create 350 enterprises, and they will fund it. I was discussing with the gentleman from the Industrial Bank. We will try and get the Industrial Bank also to register with Baba so that they can also add their listings to the Baba's effort. But we're hoping that by January we should be able to get the work started, to start not just training people in the different skills, about 26 of them, but also getting them into cooperatives and trade. Actually, the business school will come in very handy for us at that time, because we're taking children from the age of 16. Now the younger ones going to the junior technical schools, by 15 they have graduated. Now all we have to do is try and encourage more people to go into the building industry, because after that, from the age of 16, we are ready to take them and train them for free and empower them and form them into cooperatives, so that it's not a one-man business. So these are some of the things which I have been working with my friends, and now the ministry I've just learned is also working on that, and that right under our very noses here in Otueke, we have the professors there ready to conclude it and give them certificates. Isn't this wonderful? Is this God of ours not wonderful? Let's give him the praise. Hallelujah. So I'm happy to be here. I've spent over 7 hours sitting down here, but it's like 1 minute. I've enjoyed every bit of it. The traditional rulers have been here very quietly listening to all the great talks, and I'm happy that the youth themselves and the entrepreneurs have also shown that discipline and zeal to listen to all the talk. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Majesty, King Alfred Papapri, Dieta Spieth. Please, another round of applause for His Majesty.
Hello, just a small announcement. The registration that I talked about from the university is not free. The official amount that I saw there is 15,000 naira. So when you register, everything will be packaged and be given to you. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the vote of thanks, permit me again to invite to the microphone one woman who is not just visionary, but creative and innovative. Technical advice on entrepreneurship development to His Excellency the Governor of Bayelsa State, Mrs. Charity Kens Godwin. Please put your hands together for her as she comes to take the vote of thanks.
Hallelujah. There is no greater love than this we have seen right now. And we can't close this meeting without me thanking my God, the God who made today possible. You all seated here, both in and outside, are the best thing that has ever happened to Bayelsa State. You are the best. You are the best. And the Almighty God is going to reward you for being the best. So many persons out there are crying and wallowing in what? Pains. They never believed in you. But you yourself, you believed in yourself. Today you are productive, Today, you're making something good out of your handworks. Billionaires are seated here. Billionaires. Thank you for pouring out your heart, your mind, to learn from people who have made it in life. It takes a foolish person not to learn from today's words. You are wise, you're going to go home with something to expand on your businesses and everything around you. Congratulations to all of us. Even me, I've learned so much. I learned a lot. I ventured into businesses that never lasted. I end up eating up all my capitals and I'll be crying for money. But thank God for today. I'm going to go back home to be a better business person. And also congratulations to all of you. The governor is seeing everything. And I believe that whatever good thing that is due you from the government is going to get to you. And thank you, Federal University, for making this possible for our people. When I put up the notice on my page, you know, people will like, when it comes to monetary issues, I don't always get myself involved in doing them. I put it up, the amount and everything, and people will like, are they going to pay money? Where are they paying? Some persons were even scared. I think we've recorded 15 persons. And I'll be publishing your name, so as you pay, I'll be putting it on Facebook. So we're going to be having a gathering like this, where this university is going to come to certify all of you. And you know what it means? It's a new level for you. Congratulations. The governor watched everything. In fact, it was even the deputy governor that released all his vehicles to pick our people from Port Harcourt. You know, he was to represent the governor. And something came up yesterday, and so he has to go to Abuja for a meeting. And you've seen now, governor said, no, SAG, you must go there. I am the governor, and I love my people, and I want to do more for them. A whole lot is happening. Congratulations to all of you. My lovely husband, the best thing that has ever happened to my life. You are the best. Thank you for being my backbone. Thank you for being my strength. And God will continue to bless you, my lovely husband. There is no man on this earth that can match you, that can stand you. You are the best. Thank you for loving me. And my daddy, my fathers, I can't thank you. Can we please celebrate our fathers? Thank you. Thank you. I still remain your loyal daughter. And the Lord will continue to bless you, our fathers, for showing us the right path to go. Thank you. Everybody, thank you. Dietary skills, people, everybody, thank you. All our women, the youth, everybody, thank you. The IPAC chairman, where are you? Oh, thank you. Everybody, I can't thank you enough. Thank you. Innotel Motors want to start riding your vehicles. Thank you. Our props, you are the best. People want to meet you. They have been meeting me for your number, and also you. So please permit me to give. Thank you. Then our most beautiful MC, the best ever that we've ever got. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you, ma. Thank you so much, ma. It's been Thank you so much. I'm Taribio Walsin Owefawari, and it's been my pleasure being your master of ceremony. And as we all go back, we wish you journey mercies and that God takes you safely to your various destinations. Please allow our majesties and all our resource persons
Hello. Go ahead. My name is Saint Miapamo Nisha. I'm the head of outside group of Naija TV. We are coming to the end of this program. This program is the Bayelsa State Entrepreneurship and Business Innovative Summit. The outside broadcast crew of Naija Live TV, we have Bright Opepele, the camera crew. We also have we have Bright Sign as part of the camera crew. At the technical crew, we also have Ebube Moses. We have Ari Peter Ikana. For logistics, we have Mrs. Happiness Saint Epabo. My name is Saint Epabo Onisha. I'm the head of the outside broadcast group of Naija Live TV for this program. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.
Thank you.